Gukesh gave us a fun fight in Game 7, but it ended with a draw and they are still tied 3.5 to 3.5 as we have reached the halfway mark in the World Chess Championship match 2024. Today is Game 8. Welcome, everyone. Oh, and the bar jumps for Gukesh. It now says better on the bar.
What is this decision?
This move makes no sense to me. Gukesh is luring the white rook away from the edge.
He threatens the queen with his rook.
Is this a mistake by Ding?
Ding continues playing at quite a quick pace, and he moves his knight to attack the white pawn.
We're going to commentate on more chess today here in the Take studio together with our excellent experts in front of the chessboard. Grandmaster Ludvig, how close were we to a win for Gukesh yesterday?
It feels like we were very close and in different moments. Also, both when Gukesh was attacking as Ding's queen strayed to the outskirts of the action, but also in the endgame with the extra pawn. Gukesh had opportunities at both those moments, but failed to capitalize.
And then Maud in charge of doing text commentary in the Take app. Sparkling today, and will we see a sparkling Game 8?
It really depends on Ding's ambitions, because I feel like with the white pieces, he hasn't really been going for the win in as much as Gukesh has been. But I think now Ding has like a lot more confidence, and you could tell at like the press conference yesterday that he's kind of glowing.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he's feeling inspired to try to win today's game.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit more about Game 7. It's the best game we've seen, so the most entertaining game so far in the match.
Yeah, but maybe also the one where the chess moves were not the most accurate ones. But those two things are often correlated. The most entertaining games are the ones where the unexpected happens. And the unexpected from players of this caliber is making a couple of mistakes here and there. So it was a really exciting game. And a big save for Ding, and like Maud says, that this is going to boost his confidence. I must say, Ding's openings have been quite exciting.
Yeah,
I find also with the white pieces, especially that previous game with the white pieces, where first he accepted a pawn sacrifice and then sacrificed 2 pawns of his own and had preparation into move 20. That was so exciting. So the disappointment with Ding is not necessarily that he's not trying in the opening. It's that once he's out of the opening that he pre-planned, he suddenly seems to be all about moving back and forth. And we would really like to see some, a more ambitious Ding, not just in the openings with the good openings ideas, because he has shown that he has that in his quiver. But what about the rest of the game?
yeah, exactly. Well, yesterday, Ding, he was struggling. He was about to lose the game. He played some brilliant moves, is what they said here in the studio. He was able to save the draw. And the Game 7, it had Magnus Carlsen and Levi Rosman very excited in the recap that we did after the game. Do it.
This was a fantastic game. We really couldn't have asked for more. There was a fascinating idea from Gukesh in the opening, an almost entirely new concept. Then, he played a really good game up to a certain point. Ding started fighting back, and we got this fantastic back and forth battle where Ding eventually found a lot of resources to stay in the game. So overall, I think by far the best game of the match so far, and I think it's one that really thrilled everybody.
Definitely thrilled Magnus and Levi. It was so fun doing the post-game show together with Magnus and Levi yesterday because they were just so excited about the game. Game 7, all the excitement. So let's hope Game 8 gives us some of the same. And I have a little fun fact here from our Discord channel, actually. Someone wrote, listen to this one, Ludvig. The number 8 is considered lucky in Chinese culture because it's pronounced ba, and that sounds similar to the word fa, which means fortune or wealth. So the number 8 is associated with success, prosperity, status, and wealth. So, game 8. What do you see the chances of this being a fantastic game for Ding?
I think one of the corrections Ding needs to make in his own game, he needs to spend less time. And yesterday he fought magnificently from a troublesome middle game. He fought into an end game with a pawn down, and he had good enough resources there that he should have been able to make the draw there without issue. But on move 40, the last move he had to make before getting an additional 30 minutes, he went too far up in the middle with his king, abandoning a pawn on the side of the board, which once again gave Gukesh excellent winning chances. And I thought the fact that you make a mistake on move 40 just as you're getting extra time, had Ding had 10 minutes to think about the situation, he never would have pushed his king away from his kingside pawn. And the cost of the mistakes that you make later on in the game is so important that you have to spend less time earlier and accept that, okay, maybe I'll not play the most perfect moves in the middle game, but I need to have that time so that I can play, find the best plans in the end game. So I regardless of how exciting the opening is, which based on the opening so far in the match, I think they have been fantastic. And regardless of really Ding's ambition, I'm really hoping to see him play faster.
I've posted a tweet in the app from Judith Polgar, who writes that that Ding's second Richard report has played a game against Gukesh with the white pieces in the Olympiad, where he played the Spanish opening, which we haven't seen yet.
Oh,
So Judith, former number 8 in the world, she is maybe speculating that could we see a Spanish today, which we haven't seen so far.
It's been a little bit of a Euro trip with the openings. We've had the Italian. We've had the English. No.
Well, I don't know if we had
the French?
traditional English. Yeah, we've had the French.
Yeah.
Could get the Spanish.
The Spanish would be a good place to go on our Euro trip. All right, you guys. We see the two players. They have arrived at the venue in Singapore. Ding Liren is sitting with the white pieces. He is the one making the opening move today. And we are curious what will be the opening for Ding Liren.
And what's been interesting in this match so far is that they've been changing openings for every game.
Yeah.
The only time the opening was repeated was when Gukesh went with his king's pawn for a second time, and Ding stayed true to his risky, I would say, French defense. But then Gukesh was so surprised by Ding sticking to his risky guns that he chose a much calmer way of playing than what he did in the first attempt against the French. So I'm kind of expecting Ding to continue that trend and do something different today than what had happened earlier in the match.
And the elf on the shelf is doing peculiar stuff every day. He hasn't predicted an opening today. He's predicted an end result.
Not a very controversial one,
No.
because all the games where Ding has had the white pieces has ended in a draw.
Yeah.
But some of them have been quite exciting draws. That also does happen.
So the elf on the shelf predicts a draw in today's game. What do you guys predict?
Well, draw seems likely, and there is the common conception that if the match ends 7-7 tie, then Ding would be the favorite in a tiebreaker. So there's not a lot of sense for Ding to play incredibly risky because he's pretty happy with the match as it stands.
And he's also gotten some chances just based on the fact that Gukesh takes quite a few chances, and then Ding has been able to counter, and then he's suddenly shown that he's eager to win the games. So he's kind of waiting for Gukesh to make a mistake.
There's some clapping in Singapore. Some sort of an opening speech. We have 2 people there by Ding and Gukesh to make the opening moves.
The honorary move being made is pushing a pawn only 1 step forward.
Ooh.
And Gukesh's opponent does a 2 pawn step forward
With the
move.
flank pawn, or?
Yeah, no, that was...
What opening
these
was
2
that?
guys have been talking together in the back room. What opening are we going to put on the board for these champions? But here, reasonably, the players take back the opening moves.
We see a handshake in Singapore, and game 8 is about to start.
The English opening this time.
We have the English opening. All right, well, so the Euro trip continues then.
And this is a first time this move appears on the board. This is the first time this first move appears on the board for this match. The bishop's pawn 2 steps forward. That's the English. Pawn 2 steps forward in the middle from Gukesh. The knight moves out from Ding. And here there are 2 main options. Moving the knight out for Gukesh is the sensible, normal way of playing. But if you want to play aggressively, you go with the bishop, and Gukesh has moved out his bishop already on move 2. There is a general rule in chess that says knights before bishops, because you usually know that you want to move your knights in towards the middle of the board, whereas the bishop's best placement sometimes takes a moment to decide. But Gukesh goes here for the bishop out, which is quite an interesting and also enterprising way of playing. And now Ding moves his knight for a second time in this game already. But the idea is that the knight does not want to be captured by the black bishop. Instead, the knight now points in towards the bishop. The bishop is under attack. And now the bishop has to move a second time as well. And the normal move here is pawn, queen's pawn, 2 steps forward to attack in the center of the board. But the choice of moving the bishop out early has caught Ding by surprise. And as such, he is spending some moments here figuring out how he wants to continue.
Okay. I mean, this looks very strange to me from a beginner's perspective. The bishop moving twice?
And the knight moving twice. So they're both kind of breaking the principles. And yeah, I've played this myself as black, and I know Vishy Anand has played this as black.
Okay.
Gukesh
being inspired by not only Vishy Anand, but also the great Ludvig.
I don't know about that. Maybe I was inspired by Vishy, more like.
Well, we can see here from the images in Singapore, Ding Liren is in deep concentration. His head in his hands, and he is actually now closing his eyes. A signature move by Gukesh. Is he already surprised out of the opening?
I mean, Ding is definitely surprised, but he's not necessarily disappointed. Because this position it's considered solid for black, but my impression is it's also slightly better for white, just from an objective perspective. I don't think Ding is disappointed. I think he's just he wants to try and remember what are my different options from this point on, and should I be doing something other than what's normal. Because sometimes when your opponent has prepared something, if you just do the normal way of playing, then that plays into your opponent's hands. So I can say the pawn 2 steps forward in the middle, that is by far the most common move here, and it's played in about 75% of games, maybe 70% of games. And, well, to be fair, this is the only move I know. So if Ding does something different than that, we're going to have to look up the databases to stay current what the ideas are.
Very interesting stuff already in move 4. Dingley Ren with the white pieces is thinking 3 minutes now. As always, the players have 2 hours each to reach move 41. So they have to make 40 moves within 2 hours not to lose the game. And when they reach move 41, they get an additional 30 minutes each on the clock. And after that, they also get 30 seconds after every move. What's happening in Ludvig?
Ding does not play the most common move. Instead, he uses the knight to attack the pawn in the middle. So normally you would push the pawn forward to attack black's pawn, but Ding chooses to use the knight instead. Ding doesn't want to commit himself to playing this pawn in the middle 2 steps forward, and the knight attacks the pawn in the middle. Gukesh defends that pawn, and now the fianchetto, as it's known, the same plan that we saw both players use yesterday, with putting their bishop out on the edge of the board to point through the middle. I find it very interesting that Ding doesn't want to commit to this advance of the pawn in the center. The classic saying with these pawns is that pawns don't move backwards. So once you commit a pawn forward, that's it. And Ding says, I don't want to do that immediately. Instead, he's now met by the black pawn attacking in towards the white knight in the center of the board. I mean, if I was Ding, I would take the bishop, and I would do it pretty much without thinking, because I like to take bishops. But Ding seems to be seriously considering moving his knight back. And the benefit of this is that, well, I'm not really sure what the benefit of that is. Well, I guess the benefit is that if you take the bishop and then Gukesh captures back, then Gukesh is ready to castle already. So Gukesh would get his pieces quite quickly into play. But on the other hand, Ding would have the long-term advantage of the 2 bishops potentially working together. So interesting that Ding is spending some time here to think about this.
Is that a really good knight all the way in territory of his opponent?
Well, it's not that good in terms of, well, since you are inside enemy territory, the knight is being threatened. So it has to either retreat or trade off. Either way, it's not going to manage to remain inside the opponent's half. I'm checking the previous database, and if we go back just one move, playing this fianchetto instead of playing the pawn forward in the middle of the board is quite uncommon. We're down to 17 games when Ding played this pawn forward. And as Gukesh pushes his pawn up to attack the knight in the middle, that's only 5 previous games in the database.
Wow.
And actually, black has won more games than white from this situation.
And do you see any of the top players?
Well, it's a bit soon.
Okay.
Lots of moves are coming in
Lots of
here.
moves. The knight has come off.
So the knight trades for the bishop. To me, that feels kind of automatic because you want to use the strength of the bishops. The knight recaptures for Gukesh. Then the bishop moves out. And now a shocking move from Gukesh. Pawn 1 step forward. And he puts his pawn on a dark square. That is important because he just lost his bishop that normally moves on the dark squares. And this is a novelty. This is a new move, never before played in this this situation. We have a new position on the board. And
Already
Gukesh,
in move 8. You gotta love chess.
Yeah, Gukesh plays his pawn his idea has to be that this pawn is now protecting the next pawn in the center of the board. So he has established a pawn chain that protects each other up the board. And because the most forward black pawn is now defended, that means the other black pawn in the middle no longer has to defend and can rather advance forward in the middle of the board, giving black a very nice pawn formation with central control. Not only does Gukesh here have 2 pawns right in the middle of the board, but he also has pawns to support those guys coming in from the side. A very interesting and novel way of playing. Gukesh is, he's well prepared for this fight.
How cool. All right. Game 8 is already looking like it's going to be a fun one. So far it is. Hey, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us, by the way. It's very cool to be able to watch the World Chess Championship match together with all of you. I'm keeping a close eye on both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. So if you do have comments or especially questions for the experts here in the studio, I'll try to bring them up. I know there was a poll in the YouTube chat earlier today before the show started. The question was, what color will Jon Ludvig's shirt be today? And I think actually a lot of people were right. It's like the turquoise take branded t-shirt.
Yeah, the take merge. Soon available for everyone.
Exactly. Oh, you're the perfect expert to have in the studio. That is very true. There is a merch store coming very soon for take. All right, you guys. So keep those questions coming. Do we have... they're coming in very fast. Do they have a rest day tomorrow? No, Bloodney. They do not have a rest day tomorrow. Tomorrow is game 9. And then they have a rest day. But today and tomorrow, it's going to be fighting chess, hopefully. Do you think we're going to have fighting chess in this game, Jon Ludvig?
We already do.
Nice.
There's an imbalance in that Ding has not really put any pawns in the center of the board, whereas Gukesh is really only moving pawns at this point. He's been very focused on moving pawns.
Yeah.
4 pawn moves from Gukesh so far, and he's planning a 5th on the next move, whereas Ding has moved 2 pawns only. Mm-hmm. So there's a clear difference in how many pawn moves they're making. There's a clear difference in where the pawns are placed. Gukesh being really focused about the middle of the board. And then there's the fact that now Ding has the 2 bishops working together, whereas Gukesh has lost one of his bishops. And very often we say that bishops are good in open games. Mm-hmm. But then what is an open game? That's when we say open, often we mean without pawns. So the fewer pawns are on the board, the better the bishops are. And this can be illustrated here with this bishop all the way on the end of the board so far, still in its starting position. It's being blocked by its own pawns on both sides, of the bishop. And let's just say if there were fewer pawns, say we just remove a couple of pawns on each side, then suddenly this bishop becomes a monster. Ooh. Pointing down towards the black king.
Oh.
So bishops thrive with some pawn trades, but then that's going to be a priority for Gukesh to limit the number of pawn trades, mm-hmm. since his opponent has that advantage.
Mm-hmm. Is it for chess players so that most players prefer the bishop pair over the knight pair?
I was pretty much a grandmaster when I started realizing how good the bishops were.
Yeah.
So I would say it takes some experience to realize the proper benefits of the bishop. And for instance, in quicker games, like in the World Blitz and Rapid Championship that we have coming up this month in New York, then there's a lot of even top players who say, I think especially Hikaru has said this, that he sometimes plays openings that gives him an extra knight compared to the opponent. Because the knights are trickier pieces when you're low on time, and it's trickier to keep track of all the options it has to jump around the board. So the bishops working together is a nuanced part of the game where when you play blitz games, you may not manage to exploit all the nuances that you're supposed to with the bishops.
Pepe asking, do commentators use engine in the stream? No. Ludvig is commentating completely without an engine. Sometimes we show him the top computer move, and he can, of course, see the evaluation bar. How much of a help is that for you? I heard before that when the topic of cheating was very big in chess, I asked, like, well, how is it possible to actually cheat? And the answer I was given was that for the top players, they only would need a nudge. They would only need to know that something's going on to always find the top moves. Is this correct, Ludvig? That sort of looking at the evaluation bar is a lot of help.
If it is correct, then I can tell you I am not a top player. I don't think just knowing that the eval changed in my favor would be enough to find the right move. But then again, there are a lot of the top guys who's better than me again and might need less hints in order to really thrive. But then at the same time, for instance, yesterday we had the eval bar jumping up and down quite a bit, and I think it was pretty clear to the players that something was going on and that Ding was in trouble. And yet, even though the players realized that, Ding is hanging on by a thread now, he did manage to survive the game. So I think if there's you can just, if it's like, you can sacrifice something to win the game, then knowing that the computer says you're winning, that can be that gives you the confidence to go for the sacrifice when you otherwise would have spent a lot of time calculating and really reassuring yourself that the sacrifice is going to work. But beyond that specific situation with there is a sacrifice and it can win you the game, beyond that, I'm not sure it would. I wouldn't say it guarantees you winning the game.
Well, so the answer to the question is no. Ludvig is not commentating with an engine. He commentates from his own head, from a chess player grandmaster perspective, which is what I think is the most fun. Because the players don't know what the top moves are. It's a journey for them to find every single move, and we want to go through that journey together with them, together with Ludvig and Maud here in the studio.
And also, I think that if you do, when you don't get to see like what the best moves are, like in this end game, like even though the computer will then say that this is one for Gukesh, then it's interesting to see that Ludvig says, but the moves are not obvious.
Exactly.
Or that many of both of the players yesterday were discussing some moves that were not the best moves. And of course, the spectators who can kind of see this, what is the best move, they can kind of be like, why are they discussing that? But that's because they're thinking about other things.
Yeah.
And then I feel like it tells you more of the story that none of the players are like actually finding the best moves, because that's not something they would think about.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
And it's cool to look at you, Ludvig, right now. You are deep into this game right now.
No, I'm just, I'm
what are some options here? Should we start to go through the journey of this game together with Ding now in deep concentration? Been thinking for 11 minutes now, and he's only in move 8. What could be some options here?
Yeah, so I think one of the important things now to consider is moving the pawn 2 steps forward in the middle, which is a move that's very common in this opening and the way the play developed, but where Ding has showcased that he's reluctant to being that straightforward and advancing the pawn through the center of the board. If this pawn successfully trades with the black pawn in the middle, then that's going to open up the situation a little, which could be favorable to the white bishops. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm very confident that if Ding does play this advance with the pawn, Gukesh is going to say, no, I do not want to trade with your pawn. And he's going to push into white's half, Ding's half of the board. Also attacking the knight. And when the knight moves away, then the next pawn will follow and defend the first one. And even though here Ding would get a trade between the pawns, he is still struggling with the coordination of his bishops, because one bishop has now had a knight standing in the bishop's path, whereas the other bishop that was supposed to be on this longest diagonal on the board, that one is now being blocked by the 2 black pawns in the center of the board. One pawn defended by another. That's a bishop's nightmare to point into that. It's very difficult to break down. For that reason, and also considering that Ding has had the option earlier to push the pawn 2 steps forward and chose not to do it, I think Ding is going to be a bit more cautious with his pawn play. But on the other hand, if he plays his pawn 1 step forward, then it still sounds good to just advance the pawn in the center for Gukesh. And there's just this amazing central control that Ding is having a tough time to break down. And I'm kind of liking the situation for Gukesh. I think he's played in a very interesting way and showcased that even if you only focus on moving your pawns in the start, and even if you give away a bishop for a knight, then that is you can play like that.
Okay, so he castles, and I thought he had to do something to protect the pawn, but no. So he castles.
Yeah, Ding castles, and now Gukesh surprises me a little. I thought Gukesh was planning to push his pawn forward in the middle of the board, but instead he's moved his bishop. The bishop now attacks the white pawn, and the white pawn will clearly need to be defended.
Exactly. And what is the best way to defend it?
Well, I don't know about best, but the most obvious is moving the pawn 1 step forward to create these 3 pawns that are on the same diagonal, protecting each other, a pawn chain. This also enables the other white bishop to get into the game and point down towards Gukesh's position. So this strikes me as by far the most obvious choice. And then the question becomes, maybe now Gukesh advances with his pawn in the center. And at some point, Ding has to be concerned, what if Gukesh just continues advancing into my half of the board? Maybe not immediately, maybe you want to castle first, but there are some choices for Gukesh to just keep those pawns rolling. And it's not entirely clear how Ding is supposed to deal with the fact that he has no control of these middle squares, which in turn is limiting the options for his pieces. So with the current situation on the board, Ding has castled already. Ding seemingly is getting his pieces into the game more quickly than the opponent, but Gukesh is prioritizing differently. Gukesh says, I'll prioritize controlling the middle with my pawns. And even though you get your pieces out quicker, you're also going to struggle when the maneuvering part of the game starts, because you don't have that much space to maneuver into, because you don't have that much area that your pawns are kind of keeping under control. And you're even sometimes having to fear that the black pawns continue into white's half and start attacking the white pieces. So considering what we've seen from Ding so far in this match, I would expect him to be a bit uncomfortable now.
Okay.
Because every time he's felt like his opening hasn't really worked out, he has always been in the mentality of, okay, I'm not super happy with my position, I'll just go for the draw. And that has worked out pretty nicely for him whenever he has had a slightly better position. But now there's an imbalance with where the pawns are controlling. And to me, there's no clear way Ding can kill this game, as in play very solidly and make sure that the game is a draw, because there's no easy trades. There has been a trade with a knight for a bishop, but beyond that, there are no other trades on the horizon, and there's no way of simplifying the game into a draw for Ding, which is forcing him to, grab the gauntlet and go into battle, which is a first in many ways for these games where Ding has had the white pieces, because these games have been dominated by Ding getting a slight advantage from the opening, and then kind of Gukesh defending very well. But now Gukesh is not just defending very well, but playing in an unusual way that has caught Ding by surprise, and that has some very nice benefits with the pawns in the center.
I mean, you can see it, that the black position is nicer. Like, he has his pawns out, he has some pieces coming out, and white just seems, it looks to me, so I'm just basing this off how it looks very passive. There's this pawn on its own here, and then, okay, there's a knight out, but other than that, the pieces are, and everything's like, it doesn't seem like much has happened.
But
basically.
in a way, that's the normal method when you have the two bishops, that you're kind of, your two bishops, because they are long distance pieces, they don't necessarily need to move that far forward in order to influence the opponent's half of the board.
Okay,
but here, the barrier of black pawns are just doing a great job of limiting the bishops. And also, I must say, I think this maybe is for the first time in the match, it's the white player who's spending tremendous amounts of time in the opening, whereas I think pretty much every game so far in the match, it's been the black player who has to deal with immediate problems and spends a lot of time to figure that out.
Well, hasn't it mostly been Ding doing the thinking?
Well,
no matter the color?
So Gukesh spent so much time initially in game 6, which was this double pawn sacrifice.
That was like the first time that Ding was like the best prepared person who had like so many moves. I feel like Ding has been thinking very early.
Ding also had a massive time advantage in the game before that when he had the white pieces. I genuinely think it's not been that clear back and forth about Ding and Gukesh, but I think it's been more about who has the white pieces. Of course, that can be checked, but that was my impression. Ding does play his pawn one step forward. He establishes these pawns working together to defend each other up the board. And Gukesh, still in his preparation, still playing instantaneously in response to Ding's moves. Gukesh is pushing his pawn forward in the middle, and he's grabbed the initiative, and he's got that very nice 3 pawns working together, defending each other up the board, coming in from both sides to meet in the middle and have great central control.
Is that okay? So to me, that symmetry of those pawns is just beautiful. Do grandmasters? Do you care a little bit about having such a nice pawn symmetry?
Yeah, I think so.
Just because of the looks of it, like it
Just because of the central control, I would be less happy if the symmetry was away from the middle.
Oh, that would be interesting, though.
Yeah, it would be interesting, but I would be much less excited about that than I am about it's not just that it's symmetric, it's that it's all kind of the energy is being gathered
like
in the same area of the board.
Yeah, I mean, it looks aggressive. It's like I'm coming for you.
Well, the thing is, when you're being aggressive in the center, it's like you're being aggressive in preventing the opponent's pieces from finding good central placements, but you're not really being aggressive against the opponent's king, because they usually castle like Ding has done here. So the focus of attack is not the white king; it's rather the white pieces and limiting their options for where to. Where
Ding
to
gets
be
his
placed.
bishop out.
Interesting from Ding, he sacrifices a pawn. The bishop moves out, trying to get involved in the game, pointing down towards the black king. And with this move, Ding is saying, you've been moving your pawns around too much, and if you continue that, I will punish you. And now Gukesh could capture the white pawn. He has pressure there, both with his pawn, but also when Ding takes back that pawn, the black bishop can get into the game. However, now we have a situation where the white bishop is pointing towards the black king, where Ding can easily get both his queen and his rook pointing down to this area of black's pawns. And also now there's one less pawn for Gukesh that's blockading the bishop on the diagonal to point down the board. So I think a very, very interesting pawn sacrifice from Ding. And I find it unlikely that Gukesh is going to accept. I think that pawn sacrifice was so good that Gukesh is going to say, no, thank you. I see what you're doing. You're trying to punish me for not castling my king, for not getting my pieces into play. And I will be prudent and castle my king and get my knight out before I consider accepting your gift.
Mm-hmm. But the interesting thing now, I guess, is if Gukesh had seen this opening in his preparation, and it looks like he has because he plays his move pretty quickly. He ignores the sacrifices you just predicted, Ludvig, and he castles instead.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he had studied that, because this castling move could be a bluff. It could be that Gukesh just feels like castling is obviously the way to go. There's no way I'm even going to consider accepting this pawn sacrifice because that looks quite dangerous. It would put the initiative in the game over in Ding's favor. And so Gukesh here spending 2 minutes. Is he playing? Did he spend 2 minutes because he didn't know what was going on, but felt like the best move was an obvious one, so he continued playing quickly? Or did he spend 2 minutes just kind of rehashing what he's memorized to remember what he was supposed to do? it's difficult to tell. My guess is that Gukesh is out of his preparation, but the position is still very similar to what he has studied.
Okay, interesting. The position says, the bar says that this is still balanced. You're always very sensible, Jon Ludvig, when I ask you to bet the result of each game. You usually say, well, the most likely result in a game of chess is draw. But what would you say now? And what is the ambition of the players? Are they ready to go into a full-blown fight and try to win this game?
Well, I think they already are. And like I said earlier, there's no clear path for a lot of trades to happen. So even if Ding is not entirely comfortable with how the opening has gone, and the fact that he's down 30 minutes on the clock, and that Gukesh keeps on playing quickly always in response to his moves, there's no cop-out, there's no bailout for Ding available. There's no way for him to construct a situation to go back and forth 3 times, which has been his normal plan with the white pieces. Whenever Ding feels like, Gukesh, you've defended well, instead of making this a prolonged game, I'm just going to go for the draw. That has been the story of Ding's white games, but there's no going for the draw here, as far as I can see. And Ding now moves his rook into the game. The rook came in from the corner, and now the rook is defending the pawn that could have been captured on the previous move. So there's no more a gambit for Gukesh to potentially accept.
Okay. Interesting. Ding is down to under 1.5 hours left on his clock. Gukesh has played very fast so far, even with the black pieces. He's spent less than 5 minutes so far in the game. He is now thinking about his move 11. And remember the app, you guys. The Take app. It's only like a month old. It hasn't been out on the market for long. It's co-founded by Magnus Carlsen himself. And it's great if you want to jump back and forth, or if you're not able to follow the entire game. If you want to get notified when big moments happen, you can highlight your favorite players. You can get notified when they play tournaments. You can follow their games. You can easily check results. You can easily check upcoming games, upcoming tournaments. It is a great way to follow chess, and more features will be added very soon. So please download the app to support Take. Yeah, Modern, you are doing the text commentary.
Yes, and I was going to say, like, my favorite thing about the app, like, it's great that you can follow the games, but it's actually the calendar. Like,
I know.
Because I comment a lot of chess and I don't always know when the tournaments are, and
so
like
difficult.
No offense to chess organizers, but they are not very good at letting us know when tournaments are going to happen. So I'm very happy to look at this calendar and then see oh, this is coming up in December, in January, in February there's going to be the freestyle chess. That's the best thing for me, is that just somebody was able to make a calendar with all of the chess events in the world.
Yeah. And if you do support a certain player, or if you are from India, then you have a lot of players right now to support, to cheer for. You want to get notified when they play tournaments. Or if you are, from Germany, you want to know when Vincent Keimer is going to fight for Germany to win something. Well, then you want to get notified when Vincent play. And you want to be able to follow his games, and maybe not the entire game, but you want to be able to check results. Please download the Take app. And if you do have any comments, then go ahead and leave them in the YouTube or Twitch chat. It's a very new app, and it's constantly being developed by some very good developers sitting here in the office behind us. All right. Gukesh still thinking about his move 11. Ding and Gukesh, they are still tied in the World Chess Championship match, 3.5 to 3.5. They started out with the bag winning 1 game each, but after that, there's only been draws. So they are tied in the match. It is best out of 14 games. So first player to reach 7.5 points, is the world champion. But it's starting to get quite likely. Not only that we will see 14 games in Ludvig, but that it will go to tie breaks.
Could happen. A lot to play for still. We're only halfway. But it must be said that the players are feeling the mounting pressure. With fewer games remaining now, having reached and with this game going beyond the halfway point, if you lose now, you're putting yourself in a much more serious situation than if you lost game one.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of time to recover, and sometimes this leads players to be more risk averse. I wouldn't say that has been the case here at all. Even though the games are ending in a draw, the fact that the players are doing new openings every single time. Ding has varied his first move, I think, pretty much every game. And Gukesh is playing some different things as well. They're wanting to play chess. They're wanting to explore new avenues of where the opponent might not be have the best preparation. I'm looking forward to this game now in particular because the imbalance in the position is balanced in that there are chances for both players to win the game. But you could also say it's imbalanced because there are chances for both players to win the game because they are trying to attack in different ways and they have different priorities. And it becomes one of these, okay, my opponent is trying to do this plan. I'm trying to do this plan. And how can I execute my plan while trying to stop the opponent from doing theirs at the same time?
So what is the top priority for Gukesh right now? So his pawns are amazing, but obviously the white pawn now is eyeing up that one pawn. Is it?
Well, I think Gukesh's priority, in my opinion, has to be that this bishop on the edge of the board pointing down through some towards some black pieces here. I would really like to block that bishop.
Okay.
So I've been thinking about, are there any ways I can stand in the way of the bishop? I had been thinking about pushing my pawns, continuing pushing the pawns forward to then stand in the bishop's path. But now that I see Gukesh's move, I'm a much bigger fan of this. I like this move from Gukesh. Pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board. Plan A, the pawn can advance even further. And then, because you're trying to trade the pawns and open up for your own rook along the edge of the board, the normal way of playing against such a pawn trade is to try and avoid it so that the black rook keeps kind of firing into a black pawn. However, if you do this, then the white pawn will also stand in the way of the white bishop. So that's definitely not something you necessarily want to have happen. But there's a plan B, and maybe the plan B is the plan A, because I actually like this plan B even better.
Ooh.
The pawn takes control of a square inside white's half, and now the black knight is preparing to jump into that square, jump into white's half, and then the knight is just going to put itself in front of that annoying bishop and say, yeah, you're not going to make threats into my half of the board. I'm just going to put my knight straight in the path, defended by a pawn, and make sure that the bishop's annoyance is stopped.
I like that you called this plan A and plan B, Ludvig. I've written that in the app as well, but you would rather call this plan A?
Well,
I'm
I'm not sure. I mean, calling the pawn push on the A file plan A makes some sense there also in just the naming fun of the A pawn. But one thing I am concerned about, that if I push this pawn forward on the side, I'm kind of concerned. What if Ding just captures the pawn? Because we've spoken about how having the two bishops, you're often eager to just have fewer pawns on the board. So that my insecurity about whether Ding could potentially just capture the pawn if it advances makes me think that maybe moving the knight is just a more prudent choice. And now I'm expecting Ding to go pawn one step forward in the middle. That seems very sensible for two reasons. It offers extra protection to the white pawn that's having some tension towards it, going up against the black pawn. But also then, if Gukesh tries to move his knight forward into the white half, then the white queen could potentially take one step forward and prevent the knight from jumping further forward because the queen has taken control of that square. So pawn one step forward in the center. I find it very difficult to understand what else it is Ding could be planning.
Mm-hmm. But he is thinking again. Down to 1 hour and 23 minutes now.
I feel like it's kind of a recipe. Like even in the games where Ding has the white pieces, it's Gukesh who's kind of best prepared. I feel that often. I know maybe you were disagreeing, Ludvig, but I feel like Ding is spending so much time in these openings, and then he manages, he survives, but he always, like, the fact that he's played 4 different first moves in his 4 white games, is that because he's, like, uncomfortable and he can't really find a good opening to play with the white pieces, or is it because he likes to do different stuff and be unpredictable?
I'm gonna go with unpredictable, with this move making me think unpredictable. Wow, the knight moves to the edge of the board. That is certainly unpredictable from Ding. I'm starting to wonder if Gukesh is kind of challenging the beast in that Gukesh has managed to get a position here where Ding cannot clarify the situation to a draw because it's so it's difficult to make a lot of trades here in a good way. But in doing so, he's forcing Ding to play a game of chess. And Ding playing chess, we've seen when Ding has the black pieces, he's pretty good. And he's caused problems for Gukesh with the black pieces twice. And now with this maneuvering, the knight moving back, the fact that Gukesh has all this control with the pawns in the center of the board, it is kind of reminding you of a white player would often have good central control, and then a black player would play around those pawns to try and maneuver his pieces. And this is looking to me like it's going to be the most exciting game we've had where Ding has the white pieces, but it's frankly reminiscent of the games where Ding is playing with black, because Ding does seem like to be the one who's not in control of the center of the board, but he's using his pieces in very interesting ways.
But what was the idea of moving this knight back? Is that to go forward with the pawn in the middle, or is it just to remain mysterious?
I'm assuming the plan is to go with the knight forward afterwards, because we said that the plan for Gukesh was to move his knight out on the edge of the board and then continue further forward. However, if the knight now moves out on the edge of the board, the white knight could continue into the middle of the... It's a very unusual placement of the knight, because normally we say that if you put a piece, a knight or a bishop, in front of one of your central pawns, that is an absolute no-no. Normally, you're not supposed to do that whatsoever, but this is an unusual game with unusual ideas, And Ding is saying, I want to move my knight so that it's not blocking my bishop. So previously, the white knight was standing in the way of the bishop, pointing in towards the center of the board. So that's one part of the plan, why the knight moves away, just opening up for the bishop. But then the knight can continue forward afterwards, and then the knight will be controlling that square that Gukesh was trying to aim for with his knight movement.
If you have any feedback on how we should show that, I tried my best here to show that the knight was going to move. And then I thought that if I add another arrow, it would look like the knight was planning to go to that square. So I instead said that the knight is trying to cover the square where Gukesh wanted to place his knight.
I would maybe just do it in text, I think.
Yeah, there is a text, of course, as well.
I right now, I do feel like the red square is a bit mysterious.
There you go.
But it's very uncommon to put your knight in front of a central pawn.
Yeah.
What are yeah. That's Do you think I'm right that that's where he's going? Because I'm doubting myself.
I couldn't
because
understand
of
what
how,
else the point was, because he can't move in front of the rook, because then he might lose his pawn again in a maybe worse way, I would say.
Yeah.
So he's not doing
so
that.
if the knight moves here, also to try and control the square the black knight is moving to, like Maud says, that will block the rook's protection of the pawn in the and allow Gukesh. This time, I think Gukesh will accept the pawn sacrifice, but it's a big difference to the situation we had earlier, because now Gukesh has castled his king and gotten his knight into the game, which wasn't the case if he had accepted the pawn sacrifice earlier. So I do think Ding's idea is to put his knight in front of his central pawn, but that is very, very uncommon, because that prevents the central pawn from fighting for central control.
Because the other thing I was wondering when he moves that knight out of the way is that sometimes you want to advance the pawns, but I also feel like that seems very strange.
It could be part of his plan later on.
Look at this weird symmetrical pawn thing that we have going on now then. Then all the pawns.
Yeah. That's funny. I didn't even think about it until you pointed it out. So here, Gukesh has pawns pointed towards the center of the board, but Ding has the same thing. It's just that his pawn chains start a bit wider out on the board.
Very strange.
It's a strange position.
It looks like something that, like, people that are a lot less good at chess than these guys would do. Because I feel like this plan of having the pawns in the middle, like, that's your goal. That's what you basically did against the cow opening yesterday, when Kaja was asking, like, how should you play against the cow opening?
Yeah.
And then Ludvig said, well, if you're going to let me, I'm just going to put both of my pawns here and get my pieces out. It almost looks like what you would do if your opponent was playing the cow opening.
Huh.
So it feels like Gukesh is playing sensibly, and it feels like Ding is doing some weird stuff. But Ding has some long-term potential in his position with the two bishops. And now he is preventing one of Gukesh's plans, where Gukesh wanted to move his knight up along the side of the board. So it's a very interesting game, and it's a very unusual how the pieces are placed.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, what if Gukesh now just moves another pawn 2 steps forward? So far in the game, Ding has moved 3 pawns total. 3 pawn moves using 3 pawns. Whereas Gukesh, he's moved this one once, this one once, this one twice, once. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns that have moved a total of 7 times if he now pushes the next queenside pawn 2 steps forward. And the idea behind this pawn push would be that the pawn just wants to continue further forward to make sure that the white bishop cannot point in towards black's half of the board. That would be a really interesting move, but also a very aggressive and committal move.
And it just looks scary to do that when you have this rook on this diagonal. Like, when you open that connection up by playing this pawn forward. Yesterday, we saw this, like, evacuate the diagonal plan. But here, I mean, this rook is here still. And there are some pawns in the middle. I agree. I think it looks a bit risky.
But maybe unless something bad is happening instantly, risky can be good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually curious. Can we see the computer's top choice here?
Oh, 100%. Okay, what do you think it is?
Well, it's going to be one of these two pawns on the side of the board. Either it's the pawn on the side, one step forward, or it's the other guy, 2 steps forward.
No, it's not a pawn. It's...
Well, if it's not a pawn, it has to be the knight out on the side.
No.
The rook.
So, definitely not a human. GM.
No, I mean, no, it is. There's just so many different plans to choose between, and all of them are pretty human.
Mm-hmm.
It's just difficult to know what you want to prioritize.
Okay.
Moving the rook makes perfect sense because you have this annoying white bishop pointing in the diagonal, pointing down towards your pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And so moving the rook out of that diagonal and also giving some extra reinforcement to the knight that's being pointed against, it makes perfect sense. It's just that with the pawn push 2 steps forward on the side of the board, everything seemed to suggest that he was either going to try to push his pawn forward afterwards, or try to push the knight to stand in the way of the bishop, or push the pawn forward, trying to open up here so that the rook could chase the bishop away. So everything about Gukesh's previous move suggests that the way he wants to deal with the white bishop pointing in towards black's most important area, he wants to put something in between.
Mm-hmm.
And now what this rook move does is just saying, okay, you're pointing towards me, but I'll just defend.
Oh, and he does play this move.
Kaja, in general, when you turn on the computer move, you should turn it off again pretty much immediately afterwards. Because it does pop up when another move is made.
And we don't want you to see it.
Well, now it's too late.
I know.
The suggestion of the chess engine is pawn 2 steps forward in the middle. But this does not make sense to me because everything Ding has done so far in this game suggests that he doesn't want to push this pawn forward early on because he's afraid that if the pawn pushes forward, then Gukesh will avoid the pawn trade and place yet another pawn standing in the path of this bishop. And this really limits the scope of the bishop Ding has in front of his king. So I don't like that move, and I don't think it plays well with what Ding has done so far. But on the other hand, now if the pawn moves 2 steps forward to attack in the middle, one of the benefits of already having moved the knight back is that now there's the option for Ding to push his pawn 1 step forward and challenge the black pawn that has advanced into white's half. And managing to immediately challenge that pawn is you're able to do that because you moved your knight away first.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it makes some sense. And now, if Ding plays his knight forward, which we kind of thought was his plan, he would then kind of threaten to move the knight even further up, attacking both the black bishop and a black pawn. But in order to prevent this, maybe Gukesh just plays his pawn one step forward, and then the pawn takes control of the square the knight wanted to jump to, but it also enables black to try and continue pushing the pawns further forward and exploit Ding's reluctance to place any pawns in the middle of the board. And Gukesh is saying, well, if you're not going to do it, I'll happily comply.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ding thinking again. 3 minutes now. He is in move 15. Ding ran. I mean, I have to say, like, Ding's king, it looks very safe.
Yeah.
It's not just that the king is surrounded by its own pieces. It's also that Gukesh has no attacking pieces close to Ding's king. So the action in this game, it's all about the pawns in the middle of the board. These pawns is restricting the movement of, in particular, white's bishop in front of the white king. This bishop is not being able to show its best because of all the pawns standing in its way. And also this knight is struggling to find a great placement because there are so many squares the knight would like to move to that are being controlled by opposing pawns. And that has kind of been illustrated by the fact that Ding just moved the knight out of the way to the edge of the board rather than seeking fortunes moving forward.
Kokoro is saying Ding position kind of suffocating. Is that a word to use about it?
Yeah, no, he's so suffocating. In chess, when we use that, we often mean like a lack of space. And a lack of space means that your pawns are your foot soldiers, and they're supposed to move in front of your pieces and kind of clear the path to make sure that your pieces can stand behind the pawns safely. Because in order for your opponent to attack your most valuable pieces, they first got to get through your pawns. Whereas, for instance, with that plan, we thought Ding was going to have moving his knight forward. What is one of the main concerns for Ding here is that his knight and his bishop is standing in front of his pawns. And suddenly you don't have the foot soldiers. Instead, you have the freaking generals standing on the front lines. And they're supposed to be too valuable for that kind of fighting and exposed to attacks from the pawns that are lesser. And whenever you're attacked by a pawn, you're going to have to move away. So... no, it's definitely controversial, the way Ding has played, but at the same time, the way Ding has played is because of Gukesh coming in here with that new idea in an uncommon English opening. And so it is to Gukesh's credit that he's got this very unorthodox position where Ding is having to solve unusual problems with how to coordinate the pieces facing a pawn armada in the center.
He still has to make 27 moves, Ding, and he is down to 1 hour and 16 minutes on his clock. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us here in the Take studio, watching the World Chess Championship match. It's very cool to see that you are engaging in the chat and that you are enjoying Jon Ludvig's expert commentary. There is a question for you, Jon Ludvig, from Piddly Widdly Woo in the Twitch chat. Why doesn't Ding just take the pawn in the center?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Good question, Piddly Widdly Woo.
but it's also a question that's quite easy to answer, thankfully. Right now, the white pawn that moved 2 steps forward, it is the most forward piece in Ding's entire position. If it trades for the black pawn in the center, then it doesn't get rid of the black pawn because there's a replacement pawn coming in immediately. And so you're left in a position with a lot of the same features. The only difference being that your most advanced piece, the pawn, has been traded off. This benefits the rook. The rook is happy to see that pawn leave the board, but at the same time, the rook is not really threatening any black pieces because right now nothing is placed on that open file. In addition, right now, the one piece that Gukesh has not gotten into the game is the queenside knight. The knight would like to move forward in towards the middle. That is the normal knight move. That's the most centralizing move. But that is impossible because of the black pawn standing in the way. So one of the main reasons that Ding does not want to trade between the pawns, it's actually mostly about the black knight. That after the pawn trade, then the black knight can move in towards the center of the board and still have this plan of blocking the bishop, but it's also controlling and making sure that Ding cannot push his pawn 2 steps forward in the middle, even if he wanted to. So far, everything suggests that Ding doesn't really want to do that. But now with the knight getting in, that's not even an option. So what I want to say is that if Gukesh moves his knight out on the edge of the board in order to jump further up like we studied and like we thought his plan was, then I think Ding would make the trade between the pawns.
Okay.
Because then this knight would not be able to access the new available square, seeing as how it chose to jump in to the side instead. Okay, we have a move, and it's Maud's symmetry pawn
this
move.
is so nice.
And maybe it wasn't the best move now that Gukesh is slightly better, but Ding, he wants the symmetry more than he wants
It looks like a
best
butterfly.
position.
Well,
No.
Ding is showing some slight signs of desperateness, right? Ding wants to trade pawns to maximize the value of his main asset, the 2 bishops that can work together. Right now, the bishops aren't that effective because of black's pawns in particular, blockading the bishop's influence down through the center of the board. And so with this move, Ding is saying, I need trades. I need pawns to move off the board to open up new paths for my bishops in particular, but also the white knight might benefit from some trades. And this is a tricky... Gukesh is going to move his pawn.
Okay.
The pawn that's currently being attacked by the white pawn, if this pawn is captured, then Ding would accomplish 2 things. Fewer pawns on the board and an opening for his rook down towards the opponent's half. So Gukesh doesn't want this trade to happen, at least under those circumstances. The top choice, I would say, is pawn continuing forward in the middle of the board. Because then the pawn will be completely cramping the bishop's ability to point down through the center. So that feels like the most obvious thing to do. But there is an alternate option here where you could capture the pawn that moved forward And when the white rook captures back, you can go after that white rook, attack it with your knight, and when the rook moves back, then maybe you can exploit somehow that there are only 2 pawns remaining to protect the white king. But frankly, I'm not a huge fan of this, because now at least the rook gets to point down towards Gukesh's half of the board. You also now get a good placement for the knight that was really struggling to find a safe square close to the center of the board. You know what? I'm taking it all back. I think there's it's all about one move here, and Gukesh has to take the challenge.
Wow.
He has to continue advancing his pawn through the center of the board, and we got a real fight coming up here.
Then we have to show you, Ludvig, because you have discussed this already. This is the computer move, and I'm turning it off so you don't get to see.
Oh, he plays it. Nice timing, Mod.
But yeah, Ludvig, you did discuss this, but you thought that it would be good for Ding.
I mean, my instinct was that either you take or you advance, and both kind of seemed okay for Gukesh. But the more I studied this pawn takes pawn, the less I liked it on Gukesh's behalf. Remember the pride and joy of the black situation, right? Black had these 2 amazing pawns in the center of the board. They were controlling everything. And now Gukesh is voluntarily giving up that central control. This is a massive decision for him.
Oh.
Because now Ding has the long-term advantages. Ding now has 2 pawns in the middle versus Black's 1 remaining. Ding also has the 2 bishops, and the 2 bishops are very happy that there have been more pawns traded, which means that there are less pawns to block the bishop's path. I feel like this is a good development in the game for Ding.
Even if this was the top computer move, so this is like, from the human perspective, this doesn't look like a good move for Black.
Well, or maybe Ding just played the situation very, very well.
Yeah.
In his choice of plans, moving the knight back. Maud said it. Maybe the idea of moving the knight back is to push the pawn forward afterwards, and that's precisely what Ding did.
But why is Ding
Why is he thinking now?
Because we just assumed that you had to take back with the rook. I even wrote a comment for that move because I was expecting it to just be played immediately. If he captures with the pawn, then his king only has 1 pawn left.
Yeah, no, capturing with the pawn is... Many recommend that if you have the option, you should capture with a pawn in towards the middle of the board. But here, I feel like the safety of Ding's king has to take priority in that consideration. And also, yeah...
But now he spent 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, no, he's seriously considering capturing with a pawn, because now there's the potential of completely changing the narrative. Previously, it was Gukesh who was dominating with his pawns in the center of the board, and now Ding feels like if he uses his pawn to take in towards the middle, then that increases his pawn control in the center. And maybe then he can later on try to be like, ooh, I'm going to have all my pawns.
Oh, all right, he takes it.
In the center of the board and just completely dominate that situation. But I do feel like the choice he landed on in the end, using the rook to capture the pawn, was the most prudent choice.
How it says slightly better for Gukesh on the bar. Slightly better. Who would you choose if you came into the Singapore venue and they said you have to play white or black?
It very much depends on the next couple of moves.
Okay, so I'll ask you again in a couple of moves.
Then
Yeah.
Ludvig will once again answer, it depends.
I
Loves
think, well, maybe. I think, no. It feels to me like this position being considered better for Gukesh has to depend on him playing some incredibly accurate moves. Let's just say that if Gukesh tries to solve the problem of his knight, the knight that is still in its starting position and hasn't gotten into the game, if now Gukesh starts to move his knight into the middle, then Gukesh is in trouble. I don't like his position at all. I think the trade between the pawns has created a circumstance where Gukesh needs to be very assertive. And what are these arrows?
This arrow was a part of the comment that the knight might perhaps move there.
Yeah, I think that's getting ahead of yourself.
That's getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, goodbye to the arrows.
No, because you're not going to be able to maneuver that knight forward, because if that happens, then Ding probably just has an amazing position.
Okay.
So I think, well, in a way, partly because of that potential plan, Ding has to play very, very firmly in the next couple of moves, for instance, to prevent that from even happening. What I'm considering now is, oh my gosh, he gives away another pawn in the middle.
I was waiting for you to be shocked by this.
No, but I was actually going to suggest it. I just hadn't gotten the order in which I wanted to execute my plan. I was figuring out when to do what. But I think this is the only justification Gukesh has for making the other trade. But what a change in the position. We've gone from black having 2 pawns in the center of the board to black now having none, as both those pawns are taken off the board, taken away from the middle. And the fact that these pawns have been traded off now, that also opens up for the white bishops to a much larger degree. But Gukesh is going for a very, very concrete variation, by which we mean he has one plan that justifies what he's doing, and if that plan is not successful, this will be a complete disaster for him.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, I think Gukesh's idea, he wants to move his knight next move. The knight will then attack towards the white rook. The white rook has to retreat, and then the knight will move into the center of the board. The knight then attacking the white pawn. And the only obvious way of defending said pawn is by moving a defensive pawn one step forward to keep that under control. But if that happens, the black knight continues its journey, jumping into white's half and trying to get into a square all the way in Ding's territory. And here we see Ding had been holding back his queen's pawn for such a long time, but once that queen pawn was forced to move forward, now immediately afterwards, Gukesh is trying to aim to get his knight into the square that the pawn abandoned, and it's kind of tricky to stop it from happening.
And we forgot. It was a take.
Oh. And it was also interesting to note now, again, Ding is thinking, because his pawn can only really be captured with the pawn, is what you would assume, because the bishop is controlling this square, so you don't want to take it with a rook. But if he wanted to just recapture with the pawn, he would have done it already. He's spent now almost 3 minutes considering what we often think are kind of obvious moves.
Uh-huh.
So I'm wondering what else he could be thinking about.
Well, there's only really one other thing to consider, and that is because of the problems created by the knight going after the rook and just maneuvering its way into Ding's half, Ding could be considering to give up his bishop
Oh.
just to take that knight out and say, okay, we're not going to have any problems with you because you're out. The problem with doing that is that you give away one of your most valuable pieces, or at least one of the most highest potential pieces. And then Ding has to make the consideration, will I be able to exploit the potential of the bishop, considering how quickly Gukesh is now planning to push his knight forward and into the game.
All right, so then I've prepared a comment if he takes it with the pawn and if he takes the knight.
Taking the knight would be a huge concession from Ding. It's not a move he wants to make whatsoever. But if he feels the knight will just create too many problems as it jumps up the board, he might just have to do it. Even so. Also, I think it's interesting if pawn takes pawn.
Which will be take number 4.
Yeah.
In a row.
In some ways, 3 takes is rarer.
Yeah.
Because that means one player is taking something that the other one is not taking.
Oh, that's true. So take.
Should have
take.
called the company take.
Take. That's true.
No.
Yeah, no, but
No, it sounds way better with 3.
well, I'm just pointing out that it would be more fascinating with 3 takes than 4.
So in that way, it is a good name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gambiting or we're sacrificing in take.
Someone is winning something.
Someone is winning something in take.
After the knight moves to attack the rook, I studied the rook moving back, but maybe the rook can stay in the middle of the board. It would be a highly unusual rook placement for the rook to be in front of its own pawns.
This looks like freestyle chess, this position. Where it's like the knight is and the queen and the rook are kind of like weirdly placed in the back, and then this rook is in the middle. It just looks weird.
And I said it's a very unusual rook placement, but frankly, most things about this game so far has been unusual. So it would be very, it would be very in tune with how this game has been going so far.
This game is basically, it's brain versus brain. There's no, they were out of the opening prep quite early, right? This is just brain versus brain, just what we want in a World Chess Championship.
This is a very new position. I can't imagine any of the players are like, oh, I'm very familiar with what you're supposed to do, because it's never the case that these 2 pawns in the E file and D file for Ding are just standing there the whole game. It's just weird.
Well, and it's also weird that Gukesh went from having full control in the center to now having no pawns in the center. I think that in particular is very, very strange. And I think that's part of the reason why Ding is thinking now, because he had not expected this. He had not expected to be this successful in removing the black pawns in the center of the board. Those pawns were causing Ding problems. So he was kind of like, oh, if I can get rid of them, I will be very happy. And then maybe he hadn't considered that even if he managed to get rid of them, there would be problems with the knight jumping forward. So I think when Ding pushed his pawn to challenge in towards the middle, he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about the current situation, because it doesn't make logical sense that Gukesh would just trade away his central pawns in that manner. And now Ding is going to have to play catch up, because he's realizing that, what Gukesh did is not so silly at all. In fact, it poses very new challenges to me. And now I have to spend some time figuring out what these new challenges are and how to respond to them.
Thinking now for over 8 minutes on move 15. He is very close to ticking under 1 hour on the clock. Ding Liren. Only 1 hour to reach move 41. All right. What is he thinking about? That is the big question. He has some options in this position.
2 options.
Okay. 2 options. So he's considering those 2 options.
That's enough for a chess player to spend plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But how about so is he only thinking about that now, or is he making a long-term plan?
He's making a long-term plan, but he's making... So the 2 moves he can make, capturing the pawn, or first trading bishop for knight, and then capturing the pawn. He knows that he would rather not trade off the bishop unless it's absolutely necessary. So what Ding is trying to decide is what happens if pawn takes pawn? Can I live with the introduction of the black knight rushing forward? And if not, then I'll probably make the trade bishop for knight. So he's now just considering how much of a problem would it be to let the knight live. And if he decides, ooh, that's going to be too much of a problem, then he's probably just going to take the knight out while he still has the chance. I've made a correction to my analysis, or rather I would like to make a correction.
Okay.
When the knight moves to attack the rook, so I've been moving the rook 2 steps back because I thought it could be useful to defend the white pawn in the middle. But I now realize that this move actually helps the black knight push further forward, because when the knight lands inside Ding's half, then the knight will also be attacking the rook. So now I'm wondering, maybe here the rook goes all the way back instead. And then as the knight pushes forward, attacking the pawn, we have to defend the pawn. But now the knight moving into Ding's half, wanting to establish itself deep into enemy territory and attacking a rook, a bishop, and a queen, well, then Ding could move his knight to control that square. And maybe things are okay. Although now the queen can get involved. The queen giving a check towards the white king. And the white king is not feeling super safe. You're going to have to move your pawn forward to block the check. But then you've moved a pawn forward that also blocks your own bishop. And as the queen returns, now the black bishop is threatening to capture a pawn all the way out on the edge of the board. This is a very
Weird,
complex, tricky, unusual position, which requires a lot of new thinking, a new calculation. And right now, there are good chances for Gukesh to potentially win this game, not because he has a better position right now. I think it's reasonably balanced, but just from the fact that the players are trying to do very different things. And Ding has shown previously in this game that he gets into time trouble and can make some mistakes when he's low on time. And so I think Gukesh is happy to have this combative, unclear situation because he has shown that he wants to go for the win, regardless of whether he's white or black.
He takes the pawn.
So that means
or rather, he lets the knight live. Because he was going to take the pawn regardless. So really what this move does is allowing the knight to jump forward.
And that is fully what you expect from Gukesh right now?
Anything other than moving the knight to attack the rook would be shocking.
Okay. So no need for Gukesh to think right now, but he is thinking, in fact.
Would it be wrong to call taking the knight an in-between move, Jon Ludvig?
No.
Yeah.
That would definitely have been an in-between move, but it would also have given away your bishop, which is supposed to be one of your best pieces. So it's not a move you wanted to make. It was more of a, if you're really desperate, you can do that. And Ding is not desperate. He takes the challenge. He allows the Black Knight to jump in towards his own half. But then we're excited to see how he's planning to deal with the introduction of the knight to the game.
So Gukesh now is in deep thought. He is, we can see that on our screens here in the cool Take studio with head in hands. He was closing his eyes. He is now opening his eyes, looking at the position. Ludvig is saying he should not have to think right now. He should simply just move his knight.
And he does.
And he does. And now I suppose exactly.
Ding keeps the rook in the center. We were talking about this. We weren't sure. We said it is a possibility, but it's very weird. It's a very strange placement.
Oh,
of
and the bar jump.
pieces.
Slightly better now for Gukesh. Okay, back to balanced. Initial reaction from the evaluation bar was that it didn't love.
I'm going to write this as a very uncommon, like not as an uncommon move.
Uncommon placement.
Yeah, uncommon placement.
The rook being in front of its own pawn, especially in the middle of the board,
into the center
very,
of the board.
very strange. Usually the way the rook gets into the game is because there is no pawn behind it.
Okay, you're in deep thought, Ludvig.
I'm not.
Oh. You solved it?
Well, I actually, I had an idea previously. It's just that we moved on to talking about other things. The rook is rather well placed, I think.
Well, it looks like it. Center of the board, it's eyeing up
What do you think of this
this
emoji?
and that.
Alien face?
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to make it seem like it's weird. It's not usually there.
How do you know aliens are weird?
They are weird.
Do you have any other emoji that would be better?
Well, the chance of aliens mostly
Monkey.
being microbes is pretty high, no?
I wasn't thinking about it in that way. I was thinking it like...
This is going very deep into alien topic. I think it's a good, but I think it's a good emoji.
Well, can you offer an alternative?
I have like 300 alternatives. That's the difficult part. So that's why I was like, the first time I see something, I mean, I have every single animal available. I have every fruit, every kind of vehicle. Like, I have the weirdest stuff available here.
Hey, chat. Which emoji? Just post emojis in the chat.
Okay, yeah, I
what
want
you
to
think.
follow. Let's see.
Okay, there's
Crying
aliens
one.
here.
Aliens? Some people are sending aliens.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that one existed, to be fair.
What emoji do you use
Yeah, I'm
the
not
most?
sure Ludvig is like...
The laughing crying face?
Uh-huh.
And that's what you...
That's basically the only one I use.
Really? You don't use the smiley face? Heart?
Maybe I should more. I often heart messages,
Uh-huh.
but I don't actually use the
You don't
emoji in
send the
itself.
heart. Okay.
Some people are sending like a very
rocket
casual
ship?
smile. Someone's sending, oh, I like the howdy, the
Cowboy.
howdy emoji.
Oh, maybe that's a good one.
Yeah, the one with the...
Because it's kind of saying howdy.
Yeah.
The rook is in the center of the board.
It's being overly confident,
Yay.
which I somehow connect cowboys to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so good job. I saw the cowboy here as well. Lucas Kiss. Posted a cowboy. Good job.
Okay, but
Anyway.
having placed itself in the middle of the board, I very much suspect that Gukesh is going to want to challenge the rook's placement. So I'm guessing pawn one step forward now to attack the white rook. And the white rook only has one safe square to go to. And it's going to have to retreat. And then this pawn that just attacked the rook can just continue going forward, continue attacking the rook, while also trying to trade with the white pawns. And why is the trade with the white pawns important? Isn't it favorable to trade pawns for the player with the 2 bishops? And that is true, but the problem is chess is too tricky to have only general rules. There are plenty of exceptions. And here, a trade between the pawns could favor Gukesh, because that would mean that there are fewer pawns defending Ding's king. So I think this is what makes the most sense to me, to just push the pawn forward. But I gotta say, I'm not super impressed. Pawn forward attacks the rook. Rook moves back. Pawn forward attacks the rook. The rook can move to the side and attack Gukesh's queen in return. And then the queen moves away, and then the knight is reintroduced to the game. I mean, I'm not sure I can take this situation seriously, considering how this rook keeps moving around in front of its own pawns. But it feels like the rook isn't that poorly played. Well, actually, before I complete that sentence, here comes the other knight. Gukesh has a knight that still hasn't been introduced to the game, but when that knight moves forward, it's going to contribute into an attack against the rook as well. Okay, I changed my mind. I'm liking this for Gukesh because with the pawn, so if I go to the current situation, pawn attacks rook, rook has to go back. That's a no-brainer. There's no other options available. Pawn continues further forward, and now if the rook moves to the side to attack the queen, the problem with that is that the rook will later on be prone to an attack from the black knight. So can we find a different square for this rook where it's not going to be attacked by the black pieces soon thereafter? So I was thinking maybe you can go one step back into the middle, because now there's no black pawn to attack because the black pawn continued even further up the board. But here I'm thinking this isn't really going to help out either, because now the black knight can maneuver itself into the game while threatening the white rook at the same time. Yeah, no, I think Gukesh needs to challenge the cowboy rook. Mm-hmm. The white rook is maybe a bit overly confident in staying in the center of the board. Being in the center, it is exposed to attacks from the black pieces, since it didn't just run back down close to its own king. And yeah, these attacks from the black pieces feel like Gukesh then will be able to bring his pieces into play in a good way, while also making threats against the rook. So I suspect Ding has now moved his rook 2 times in a row. I'm expecting that rook to make another 3 moves in the next 5.
Okay.
So Ding is not having the opportunity to improve his other pieces, because he's going to keep on having to move that rook out of danger.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the cowboy emoji now that we have for the rook. It's the totally correct emoji. I'm happy we asked the viewers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just keep imagining if somebody were to walk past this position and they didn't know who was playing, I would just never have guessed it was 2 of the best players in the world.
Oh, really?
Because it just looks so weird.
Oh, whoa. That looks weird to me.
Yeah. I don't like that move. So Gukesh is pretending as if nothing is happening, and he's just allowing Ding's rook to remain in the center of the board. Gukesh is moving his knight out on the edge. But frankly, there's not that much the knight is doing here. I was imagining that this knight could potentially attack the rook in the middle. But having moved out on the side of the board now, Gukesh's knight is not going to be able to have that kind of future.
But what if oh no, because the bishop is
Gukesh
dying
is now
up.
back to the plan that we spoke about a couple of moves ago. Back when he pushed his pawn up on the side of the board, we said part of this plan could be to move the knight into Ding's half, but importantly also blocking the bishop's ability to point down the board. The thing is, the white bishop pointing down the board, previously it was pointing against both the black knight and the black rook, but both of those pieces have moved away. So the necessity of blocking the bishop is way lower now than it was previously.
It was the top computer move, actually, the knight move.
Well, then I'm liking everything what Ding has done over the last couple of moves. If he can get away with challenging in towards the center of the board and provoking Gukesh into trading off those amazing pawns in the middle, this position we have now compared to the position we had 4 moves ago, the difference in where the white pieces can go without being harassed by the black central pawns is astounding.
Okay, so now it's Ding thinking again. He only has 55 minutes left on his clock to make 24 moves, actually. And is his plan clear now?
No.
Not at all. Okay.
No, because we were expecting that Ding just had to react to Gukesh's threats. But since Gukesh chose not to make a threat, now Ding has all the options in the world.
Ludvig, what would you answer to the poll that I just created in our app?
Which color would you prefer to have in this position? I would prefer white. White has more pawns in the center of the board. White has the bishop pair. There's nothing not to like for Ding except that his rook could be attacked. But we just saw Gukesh choosing not to attack the rook in the middle.
Okay, so I'm voting for you. Oh, most of our users so far actually prefer Gukesh's position.
Yeah.
56%.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that. Because it feels to me the turn of events over the past couple of moves have been... It didn't have an impact on the chess engine's consideration of the position, but it feels to me like Ding accomplished something by getting rid of the pawns in the middle of the board. And then the natural question to ask is, well, why did Gukesh do that? If it's so strange trading off the central pawns. And the answer to that is that Gukesh is basically trying to say that I can use the openness of the center to point both my queen and my rook down towards Ding's half. So I'm guessing Gukesh now is planning to go queen 1 step forward and then maybe bishop up into the attack, trying to remove some of the defensive pieces around Ding's king, and also trying to open up for the rook to attack through the middle of the board. This is actually helpful now that I'm talking to myself and realizing Gukesh's plan. I'm starting to think Gukesh is not planning to move this knight forward on the side, or at least it's only a decoy plan. I think his main thing is just to move the queen up and open up for the rook to point through the middle. And having that information might make us more able to predict what Ding is going to do next.
I've posted a tweet from Agadmator, the YouTube
Yeah.
chess content creator, and I thought he had a very funny tweet and a take on this position. He quotes Philidor, pawns are the soul of chess.
Yeah.
And then he writes Ding and shows this position. And I thought that was pretty funny. Like, Ding is basically claiming that pawns are not the soul of chess.
Because
He's only done like 3 pawn moves,
Yeah.
or maybe with the captures, but he really isn't prioritizing those 2 pawns in the middle.
But he is still prioritizing the pawns. At the end of the day, Ding is the only guy remaining with pawns in the center of the board. So even though he's not making a lot of pawn moves, he is appreciating their value by kind of retaining the pawns in the middle of the board.
So long term, maybe Ding is focusing
Long
on-
term, maybe these pawns can advance like Philidor did in his famous game with the pawns just rushing over to the other side, being very much grouped together.
All right.
But yeah, no, first we have to find a plan for Ding. And I had a crazy suggestion now, but I'm not even sure I want to say it out loud.
Well, Ludvig, you are going to say it out loud. I can tell you that.
What about rook up here?
What?
I already put 1 rook in front of my pawns.
Yeah.
What if I do a second rook in front of the pawns?
And the point behind this being?
That if the queen moves 1 step forward, I can attack the queen and disrupt the coordination.
I think it looks super cool.
It looks stupid. I
So you
think.
have 2 pawns in the back there, and then you have 2 rooks in front of them in the center of the board. Love it.
Yeah,
Go Ding, do this.
it looks funny, but what looks funny isn't necessarily the best chess moves. I think the queen can just move away, and then there's some threats to deal with here. I'm not liking it, but I thought it was funny that the 2 rooks could work together.
Would you like to know the top? Should we do hand and brain? Okay, it's not going to be that. Well, okay, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Bishop.
Bishop? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, bishop, there's only 1 bishop that can move, so revealing the piece made it completely obvious what the move was, but it's pretty shocking moving the bishop, in particular now that the black knight moved out on the edge of the board.
Yeah.
Because now, with the bishop having moved back, previously that bishop was controlling some of the squares that the knight could move to. So moving the bishop back, allowing the knight to move into the center of the board and attacking the rook, it seems weird. But I will say this, it's a very clever move. Because now if the knight jumps forward, well, now that doesn't really have a point anymore because you were doing that to block the white bishop, but the bishop has found a better diagonal now. And then the black knight can just be chased away by the white pawn. And the point being that if the knight moves into the center of the board, my concern has been what happens if our rook is being attacked in the middle. But with the bishop having retreated, the rook can move 1 further step to the side, being protected by the bishop. Oh, but also, with the bishop moving back, there's now the option for the queen to move in from Gukesh and both attack the king and the bishop at the same time.
Ooh.
But somehow you survive this as well, with the bishop moving into the middle. Defended by the rook and counterattacking the queen. And this would be very nice because if Ding can get more pieces around his own king, then his king safety, which is one of his biggest concerns at the moment, would really appreciate that development. Bishop back is not going to happen, I think I'm going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's
Top
just...
computer move, not going to happen.
Yeah, no, it's too weird allowing both the Black Knight coming in from the side of the board, but also exposing your king and bishop to a queen check like that. It's gonna feel wrong.
Okay, well, Ding is still thinking. He's been thinking now for almost 11 minutes on move 17. He is down to 47 minutes left to make 24 moves. Do you think I have some more time? I kind of want to show you guys something.
Yeah, no, you have plenty of time. Ding is this is a tricky situation to decide on.
Okay. So, okay, this is the Take studio, you guys. And remember, Magnus Carlsen is co-founder of Take. I might have to take my headset off. Okay, give me a sec.
Do you want us to speak on your behalf?
We can.
Yes, please. So, you guys can see this, but our viewers can't see this.
The trophy, the World Championship trophy. I may have smuggled this into Norway.
Yay!
Yeah, I think so.
Tell us what this is.
This is the trophy from the 2013 World Championship match. And it's a very, very fancy trophy. The story goes that the politicians in India were so confident that Vishy Anand was going to win the match and retain his title, that they made an extra extravagant trophy. And when we landed in Norway, coming back from Chennai, we were met by tons of reporters who wanted to interview Magnus. And I said, you guys, deal with the reporters. I'll take the luggage. And in doing so, I may have taken this trophy over the Norwegian customs border. I'm not sure that was entirely by the book when it was someone else's property. But they asked me, where are you coming from? And I said, I'm part of the Carlsen team coming back from the victory in India. And the customs agent says, okay, move along. I had 5 bags that I was pushing through.
This in particular, quite heavy.
It is very heavy. I'm kind of impressed that you're carrying it with such ease. Because I'm pretty sure I carried it, and it is very heavy.
All right, World Chess Championship trophy.
Can I just say, now that you're showing off trophies, I really like the other trophy you have in the background with the thunder. We do have some very nice tidbits in the studio.
I wonder which one is Magnus's favorite, or if he doesn't. Really...
Oh, not that one. But this one is nice as well. This one is also from India. So the 2 Indian trophies in the house. I kind of like the simplicity of that one. The Speed Chess Championship with the Speed Chess logo. I think it's very, very nice.
From our friends at chess.com. Makes that happen. We also have, maybe you explain what this is.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know what that is. Is that the Norwegian thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what? Oh, was it like the Athlete of the Year award? Yeah.
Athlete of the Year in Norway.
Cool.
He won it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He won it a couple of times, right around when he was beating Vishy in the World Championships. And
from 2009.
2009.
The jury special prize.
Oh.
A jury special prize from 2009. I have no idea whether I'm supposed to repeat what you're saying, Kaja.
I think we have to a little bit. Because
Yeah.
And what about the football? And sorry to make you continue. What is this?
That's Real Madrid.
Oh.
Real Madrid soccer ball signed by all the players.
His favorite team?
Is it true that when Magnus visited the Real Madrid team, then one of the players wanted to have a selfie with him?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Cristiano, what?
Cristiano Ronaldo was starstruck from meeting Magnus.
Cristiano was starstruck meeting Magnus. I would like to see video of that before I believe it. That sounds amazing.
Well,
We had a move.
we have a move while we were doing this little tour, but it was really cool. I didn't know that there were that many. I haven't looked at the details of this room that closely.
Okay, so Ding has made his choice. He has improved the positioning of his knight. And similarly to the bishop's retreat, this knight move is taking control of an important square in the center of the board, which means that if the rook is now threatened, the rook has the opportunity to do a counterattack on Gukesh's queen. The engine evaluation has gone to slightly better for Gukesh. And I gotta say, Kaja, just to warn you ahead of time,
Okay.
when you're doing the recap
Yeah.
with Magnus and Levi later on,
Taking notes here.
yeah, I'm expecting Magnus to say this is a typical display of Gukesh's style because he goes against normal conventions and gives away
Going against typical
conventions.
normal conventions. Typical
Yeah.
conventions. Yeah.
And gives away the 2 pawns that were cramping Ding's position.
Giving away the 2 pawns that was cramping Ding's position.
But still retaining a good position where he switched from, the positional cobra suffocating the opponent by not giving them a lot of room to move into, whereas now he's completely changed the situation. And now it's more like he released the energy in his pieces and is focused more on making threats rather than restricting the movement of Ding's pieces.
Focusing more on making threats. And that sounds like something that is good for the game, good for us as spectators. That this will be
Yeah, but
action-packed.
it's unusual. It's what the older generation, and I'm not sure. I guess now I'm so old that I am the older generation. So maybe I'm the one who's just gonna say it outright. I guess I'm not really sure whether it's true, but it's a lack of chess culture. Back in my day, we appreciated central control. And here these young kids are breaking all the general rules. But he's making it work, and he's creating the threats, and he's creating difficult decisions for Ding, because even though Ding has so many long-term advantages, Ding has more pawns in the center, Ding has the 2 bishops that can become monsters in time, Gukesh says, well, okay, so if I don't do anything for 3 moves, then I'm going to be in big trouble. But I'm going to do something, and I'm going to create threats, and I'm going to create difficult decisions, and I'm not going to allow you to get into a situation to exploit those long-term advantages because I'm just gonna attack.
I love it. This sounds really cool. Gukesh thinking for 4 minutes now on his move 17. Ding is down to 42 minutes left on his clock to reach move 41. We can see here in our studio, and thank you, by the way, for all the comments on our Take studio that we have actually just built up in a month in the office. But thank you for all the compliments. We do really enjoy being here. It's quite a cozy, nice, but also got like a modern feel to it. So thank you for the compliments. And we can see here on the footage from Singapore that Gukesh is in deep concentration. Is he calculating right now?
Yeah, definitely. And based on everything I just said, it's worth keeping in mind that a mistake from Gukesh here could be very impactful. Like Gukesh needs to continue his energetic play, otherwise Ding can consolidate his position, manage to get the pieces working better together, and then utilize his long-term advantages, as said. So it's in this phase of the game, both players need to be very accurate and in Gukesh's case, very energetic in the play to keep the pressure on the opponent.
I guess also it will be interesting to see if Ding has any kind of problem with his time management, which we're talking about in basically every single game. Because now he has 40 minutes, and I still feel like this is such an unclear position that could kind of change its direction even more times going forward. And Ding has spent a lot of time so far. And if he is going to get this, use these like long-term advantage that you're describing, use the bishop pair, then the game is probably going to have to be quite long. And then he's going to have to survive a long time with not that much time left on his clock. So that's what I'm a little bit nervous for Ding's time right now.
We had a question here in the chat if there are any guests planned to come to our studio here in Oslo. We had, sorry about that, we had Anna Kramling the other day, which was a lot of fun. Sorry, the Norwegian winter is coming. We do have a guest coming up in the studio on Saturday. Actually, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So let's hope we probably will have games all those days. And it's Ginger GM. Simon Williams is coming to Oslo, and he's going to join the Take studio. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see him commentating here together with Jon Ludvig, our main expert in the studio. It's going to be. Do you guys know each other? Do you know Simon at all?
I mean, I know that he's reasonably often in Norway. I've played against him, but the game I played against him was extraordinarily boring. Which is quite uncommon for Simon, who's generally a very combative, exciting player. And I gotta admit, I was part of the reason the game was so boring, because I was playing a tournament in London, and it was the final game of the tournament. And if the game ended in a draw, then I would win.
Oh.
And so I played as boring as I could with the white pieces. I played the exchange variation in the French defense.
Like we had here earlier.
Like Gukesh played previously against Ding in the match. And Simon was disappointed, but understanding in my choice for, calm, quiet opening. And the game ended in an early draw, and I won the tournament.
Nice.
Well, that was a nice way to mention that you won the tournament when asked, "Are you good friends with Simon?" That was an interesting way of answering.
That's my expertise. That's my expertise. Always trying to get in a little good memory.
Yeah,
it's nice to have good memories.
Yeah, I bet you have a lot of them. You're a great chess player. You must have a lot of great chess memories.
Did you get a good trophy from that tournament, like that could compare to any of the ones here?
Oh, maybe that you can bring into the studio.
No, I don't think I got a trophy at all. I got applause at the prize giving. The kind of the tournaments for the lesser grandmasters don't necessarily have these fancy custom made trophies.
When I lived in New York, that's when I have like my biggest trophies of my life that are like the size of me as a child. Like they were bigger than me and even for getting like 12th place in some random tournament, that trophy was bigger than me.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's not like in Norway.
I never won any trophies. I was never really good at anything. So good job, you guys. I only had like the ones everyone gets when they're kids. Because you participate.
Trophy.
The participation trophies. I have a bunch of those though, because I did participate, but didn't receive a lot because I was good at anything. Story of my life. All right. Well, these two guys, they are definitely good at chess. And they are fighting for an amazing trophy. The World Championship trophy. They're fighting for a crown, basically, to be the world champion in chess. Who will it be? Gukesh, the 18-year-old, fighting to become the youngest world champion in history? Or Ding Liren, defending his title? An underdog coming into the match? But they are tied after 7 games, and we have the move. We have the move. The queen is coming out.
Yeah, now slightly better for Ding. No, it moves back to balanced on our eval bar below the board. Chess Engines did not like that move, but like I was saying earlier, this was a very, very tricky position for both players to navigate. I do think I see a lot of logic in Gukesh's choice. So I think Gukesh now is pointing his queen towards the pawn on g3. I think this it doesn't look like it. It looks like the queen is just very calmly moving into the game. But I think the queen has some attacking intentions pointing in the direction of the white king. And Gukesh now wants to push his pawn forward on the next move to attack the rook. And if the rook retreats, the pawn will continue forward. And now we will see the importance of the queen being on this diagonal, because now both the black pawn and the black queen is pointing in here, trying to remove more of the defenders around Ding's king. So I feel pretty confident that that is Gukesh's intention. And then every time Ding has to make a move, that's a tricky decision to make as well.
Is Gukesh now basically playing on his clock, trying to give him as much?
No, I think he's trying to play the best moves. It's just difficult because it's an unusual position where the players, oftentimes the players have like, oh, I've seen something similar to this, and I know that the correct plan in these kind of situations is to do this and this and this. But they don't have that prior knowledge for the current position because the piece placement is so unusual. I mean, I cannot imagine there has ever been this exact piece formation with the rook in front of his pawns in the middle of the board, the knight weirdly placed in front of the other rook, the bishop on the side of the board but pointing against nothing, and then Gukesh having his knight on the edge of the board is not leaving an amazing impression either. So I think it's just a very difficult position to understand and to navigate for the players. And it really, I think that's true for both guys. I think both players will be prone to playing moves that are not recommended by the chess engine simply because there are very many different moves available, very many different plans. And the more different ideas you have, the more difficult it is to find the best one.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of time, Ding now has less than 2 minutes on each of his 23 moves that he now has to make.
Yeah, on average per move.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily a problem. We did see Ding speeding up massively yesterday at one point. I said before the game that one of the things I wanted to see from Ding was a quicker pace. That hasn't really materialized. But
he plays the top computer move.
Yeah, but I do think this is such a tricky position that Ding spending some time we've got to accept. Knight move up into the middle of the board. The knight and rook now both coordinate against the black bishop in the middle. And this means that Gukesh is unable to push his pawn forward to attack the white rook, which I think was what he wanted to have happen. Now he cannot do that because he has to address the threat on the bishop first. And Gukesh moves that bishop back, but in doing so, he has now abandoned that square that we wanted to push the pawn forward, which in turn means that now this queen may not be optimally placed if it's not playing a part in a pawn advance down towards the Ding's king. Also worth noting that Ding can now move his knight further forward. This knight has been on a journey for the past couple of moves, going from being all the way on white's half, a back rank, to now establishing itself in the vicinity of Gukesh's king. So that has been an amazing transformation for that piece, and one that I think Ding can be very happy with.
But how about the rook now? The rook in the center, that was the cowboy rook in the center of the board.
That rook is doing okay because now that rook is going to be traded with the black rook. That was a part of the plan that Ding set into motion when he moved his knight forward. So when the knight moved forward, the attack on the bishop forced the bishop to move, but now you don't have to be concerned about this cowboy in the center being attacked because it's just going to trade with the black rook. So it's not like a pawn is going to attack the rook has to move back, the pawn is going to continue, and the rook will... It's not going to be like that. It's more going to be like, do you want to trade? And then you say, yes, I want to trade. But you don't have to move the rook unnecessarily, like we saw in some of the previous analysis.
So Maud just put up a cool emoji.
He's waving. He's saying goodbye. Or maybe he's saying hello to the rook that he just opened for.
Maybe the other rook should have a wave back.
Yeah, they can both have a wave. Look. We can have as many as we want.
That was cute.
Hi.
Hi.
But I do think that there's no reason for Ding not to just continue the plan with the knight that has been so successful. So I'm expecting the knight to just keep on moving forward. And if Gukesh wants a trade between the rooks, well then Ding is happy to move his bishop into the middle of the board. And now this bishop maybe is pointing down towards the black king. So I'm really liking the development of the last couple of moves on Ding's behalf.
Well, I'm kind of sad to see the cowboy rook leave the board. And this is what happens when you put emojis on the pieces and when you give them personality, you kind of like them. They become your friends. And this is what I love about the Take app. Sometimes there will be emojis on the pieces and you can better understand their mission, their mood. And you can sort of become friends with the pieces. I understand how I sound very
crazy.
pathetic. Crazy,
No, but what I'm thinking every time I put these emojis and like these arrows is that when Levi and Magnus do their recaps, then those pieces or like those arrows and the emojis appear.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if they will support the cowboy rook or if they'll be like, this was a completely obvious move. And not,
Yeah,
no,
no.
I think they will probably support it and the waves.
I feel they often smile when they see them. But that's what happens, right? You smile. I like the emojis.
It's just it's not the way that they're used to analyzing a position.
True.
When they reach, when somebody's clicking through the moves, and then they just see a little cowboy hat on the rook. But
I've changed my mind. I'm not sure it's a good idea to move the knight further forward anymore. I have changed my mind on that, and there's a very specific reason why. If the knight moves forward, I'm concerned that Gukesh will make the trade between the rooks. And I said, well, that's no problem. We're happy to get our bishop into the middle of the board. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, the bishop is getting into the middle of the board, but it's also exposed and can be attacked, such as by the black queen coming into the middle, attacking against the bishop. And if a pawn tries to support the bishop, then the knight coming in from the edge of the board actually also manages to continue the attack on, in this case, Ding's bishop in the center of the board. So Ding chooses not to advance further forward in this moment.
He finally moves one of his most center or like the pawns in the middle. It took him 19 moves.
A very sensible plan, because now if the rooks are traded, then the bishop will be happy coming into the middle of the board because it already has protection from its own pawn. So sensible play from Ding. And I feel like he's succeeding in stabilizing the position, in trading off some of the pieces that were awkwardly placed, and keeping his central control. So I'm liking the situation for Ding, and I still think it's a major question mark surrounding the future of the knight on the edge of the board. Gukesh really needs to get this knight into the game ASAP.
Okay, when you're saying that there needs to be a major question mark, I know that there is an emoji, and you're going to have to tell me if we're overdoing it. But now, that knight has...
That was a small question. I would not say that was a major.
I can't make it any bigger, but...
You can't make it bigger. Yeah, fair enough. The knight needs to figure out how it's going to get into the game. And the most obvious choice is to move the knight forward. But then I don't feel like the knight really has the support it needs in that forward action. In fact, I think this white pawn is blocking the black bishop from really being able to do anything. The white pawn is making sure the bishop cannot capture on the towards the corner of the board. The white pawn is making sure to control a square in the center where the bishop would like to move and attack in towards the rook. I think it would be very nice for Gukesh if Ding had to move his pawn one step forward.
Ooh.
And I have a plan for how to do that. What if Gukesh now plays his queen one step further? In some ways, admitting that his queen placement earlier was a bit of a miss, seeing as how he's now moving the queen a second time in, 3 moves? But the benefit now is that the queen will point towards the white king.
The benefit for who?
For Gukesh.
Of course.
And that because of that threat towards Ding's king, the knight in the middle cannot move. And in fact, the knight in the middle is struggling a little in terms of keeping itself safe. And one of the ways for Ding to deal with this is to move his pawn one step forward, chase the queen away from its diagonal. But then my suggestion would be that the queen just return where it came from, and saying that getting this pawn one step forward was actually a major accomplishment.
Okay.
Because now the white pawn, even though it has moved into Gukesh's half of the board, the pawn is standing in the way of its own bishop. It has allowed the black bishop to threaten a pawn on the edge of the board. And if that pawn on the edge of the board is protected, then now there's also the possibility of the knight moving in with a better effect than previously, because now the knight and bishop together will attack the pawn on the edge of the board, in addition to the fact that the knight could potentially move in towards the middle afterwards, which wasn't the case when the pawn was one step further back, because then, the pawn was blocking this, the pawn was taking control here, the knight wouldn't be able to get into the center. So, yeah, I'm kind of liking the queen move here, but I do realize that would be the second queen move in 3 moves. So maybe Gukesh misplaced that queen to begin with, but you can always correct your mistakes, potentially. Well, what is the recommended move?
The recommended move is knight.
Okay, so I guess if the recommended move is knight, it has to be moving the knight forward.
Correct.
But this is related to the analysis we did, right?
So with the goal still being of getting that knight.
Yeah, I would still I would still consider moving the queen up afterwards. I guess just moving the knight here first will immediately attack the pawn on the side.
And why wouldn't Ding just take it?
Ding would not like to take this knight.
Okay.
That would be a mistake. Because then you're giving away some of your biggest potential in the 2 bishops working together. But more importantly, it would open up for Gukesh's rook along the edge of the board and allowing that rook to point down on Ding's pawn that is now feeling the pressure. So you definitely don't want to make that trade.
But at the same time, then, that knight is blocking the nice diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, but the bishop can try and get a new diagonal. So with the knight, to be fair, even the bishop wasn't really doing that much here. As a result of Gukesh moving his pieces away from the bishop's scope. So the bishop really wants to step back and start pointing over here and through the center. Anyway. And one of the reasons we're hesitating moving the bishop back is because then the knight could move in towards the middle of the board. So it makes perfect sense that if the knight moves up, that could be the opportune moment to reroute the bishop. But yeah, you also have to consider the knight threatening the pawn. It's still a very tricky situation.
Another suggestion here from our chat is from Dev. Well, he's actually saying knight to e5, so the other knight.
Yeah. That seems fair as well.
No, and I see a bunch of people saying that, no, other knight. So the top computer move in the take app is the knight move that Jon Ludvig showed.
Yeah.
But maybe some other...
The question mark knight.
The question mark knight. So that's the top computer move in the take app. But maybe some other engines, I don't know, is saying the other knight. What do you think about that move?
One of the benefits of moving the knight into the middle of the board is that then you avoid the trade between the rooks, which means that the white rook will keep its position where it's a bit exposed in the center of the board. And by avoiding the trade of rooks, Gukesh could continue a plan where he attacks towards that rook. But I feel like having this open through the center, if there's a trade, the next black rook will come in and replace the other one. So I don't really mind this thing. I want to create some threats. I want to go after this pawn on a2. And frankly, both moving the knight up and moving the queen up, both of those moves have in common that you're trying to either provoke the pawn from moving up, which will open the bishop's diagonal, or just immediately having the knight threaten the pawn on the next move. So, yeah, I'm actually thinking about, and we haven't mentioned this, but this pawn on the edge of the board, this is what we refer to as an isolated pawn. It doesn't have other white pawns adjacent to it. And that is often the kind of pawn you try to focus your attacking your attacks against.
The pink arrow, you guys, I see you asking in the chat, is the top computer move. I'm turning it off again because we don't want you, Ludvig, to see the top computer move when Gukesh eventually makes his move. He has now been thinking for over 10 minutes.
Gukesh has done a really good job of preserving the time advantage he gained in the opening. Because this has been a really tricky position for both players. I don't fault Ding that much for his time management this game, because this game more so, I feel, than the others required the time spent. It would be better if he played quicker, of course, but if there's one game where you can be excused, this feels like the one.
Or if there's one kind of time control, I mean, when you have these 2 hours, then you kind of get spoiled a little bit and you think for a very long time. But as we've mentioned before, like the fact that they don't have these extra 30 seconds, that's like the main difficulty of this World Championship compared to normal classical games. Because usually they can survive with their 30 seconds, but Ding did not survive the game he lost. He was losing on the board anyway, but he has some bad memories now with the time trouble, so he's been speeding up a little bit more, closer to move 40. And yesterday he had like 7 seconds left when he made his 40th move. So. And
the 40th move he made was a mistake.
Yeah.
So, he needs to play faster, and he can't. It's very nice of you to offer this excuse on Ding's behalf, Maud, that because this time control doesn't give you 30 extra seconds per move, then that's trickier for the players to handle. But this is the 8th game where they're playing with this time limit.
Well, you're the one who's excusing him in this game.
Well, I'm just saying it's more understandable. I'm not sure I would go as far as to say that I'm excusing it, because he is playing too slow, and he is making mistakes at around move 30 to 40.
You know, I have to show you
as
this.
a result.
I posted in our app that Magnus is at the beach and he's looking at you commenting. So you're there at the beach with him.
Oh, really?
Is that real?
Yes, it's real. What do you mean? Is it real? Look, it's Magnus's Instagram story.
Ah.
You can go in the app and you will see this, or you could follow Magnus on Instagram, I guess. But
well, wave to
rather
Magnus
check it
then. He's watching you. What would Magnus do in this position if he was Ding with the white pieces? What would be a Magnus move, Jon Ludvig?
Well, first we got to see that Gukesh actually made his move.
Man, yeah.
And he did centralize his knight. He did move his knight into the middle. So he's not going for my favored plan. He's avoiding the trade between the rooks through the center of the board, which makes me think he now wants to attack this rook in the middle over the next couple of moves. I guess Gukesh wants to go bishop over to attack the rook. But frankly, even if that rook just moves out of the way, I don't really see the issue with this.
So it's wrong of me to say that the cowboy rook is at risk of being trapped again?
Yeah, the cowboy rook is definitely not at risk. Okay. Because and that's because when the rook was in trouble, it was because the knight was controlling some of these squares that the rook otherwise could move to. But when the knight has to centralize itself to avoid the trade between the rooks through the center of the board, now whenever the rook is attacked, it can easily just move to the side of the board, or move to the side, I mean. And the black knight is not there to attack the rook again. So it's not entirely clear to me what Gukesh is trying to achieve with this.
Trying to position his pieces better by attacking the rook?
Yeah, but I would say the bishop is worse placed here.
Okay.
Because if the bishop moves to attack the rook, I mean, I wanted that bishop to point towards the pawn on the edge of the board. So
So is the main point of this move to avoid the trades of rooks?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
And then there's probably a plan, an idea number 2. I just haven't figured it out yet.
Okay.
I may need some time.
Okay. We will give you some time. Should we just sit here in silence and watch Ludvig be
Seems like the chess thing to do.
exactly.
Suddenly Magnus appears in the chat and says, it's obvious.
Yeah,
This is the move.
This is the move. This is the move.
This is why he's playing this.
Okay. How about, slightly controversial, how about king moves to the corner? Because then that addresses my concern that the queen could point towards the king in some situations. But I'm also thinking I'll move my queen over where the king was previously, because I'm feeling like we have so many pawns on the light squares of the board. So I feel like if there's anything we need to improve as Ding, it's the control of the dark squares. And then moving the king over to have the queen come in, and then the queen will control lots of dark squares on this diagonal. It's a very strange queen positioning. But if dark squares needs to be protected, having the queen over there makes some sense. But one of my concerns, though, is that if I move the queen over to the king side of the board, then the knight will start attacking the pawn on the queen side in response.
Yeah.
So the alternative to this plan is a move we've talked about earlier, which is moving the bishop back. And this bishop retreat perfectly addresses the concern of the knight attacking the pawn on the side of the board, because now the bishop is no longer standing in the pawn's way, so the pawn can just escape the attack.
But okay, you're onto something, because I've just checked what the computer thinks is the best move, and I thought you were about to say it because you said it's something we've discussed earlier. It's something we've discussed to prevent this move.
I guess queen d2 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go queen forward. You
just liked your plan of putting it all the way over there in the corner.
Yeah, because now even though the queen is on the dark squares, the dark squares it controls are more towards the edges of the board, whereas putting the queen in the corner was actually in some ways nicer, because then it would control the squares in the smack dab middle of the board. But yeah, no, this queen move makes sense. And also because moving the bishop back, one of the main concerns about this is once again that the black queen could point towards the white king, but also towards the bishop at the same time. So you're quite a bit hesitant moving that bishop to an undefended square. You'd rather move the queen up and then bishop back, because then the queen is protecting the bishop should there be any sort of attacks against both the bishop and the king.
Our people in the chat are very stressed about Ding's time management, and they're saying that Ding is only going to have a minute per move soon. I mean, he has to make 20 moves.
Ooh, Ding goes for the trades.
Oh.
Vintage Ding in this match. If trades can happen, he wants to make it. He wants to simplify the position so that his potential time problems does not become an issue. The last time we saw Ding move a knight from the center of the board to We actually had this situation before, Maud. In
Yeah.
game 4, Gukesh had a knight here in the middle. Ding had a knight here in the middle. And instead of
Oh, yeah, the
being
knight dance.
ambitious, he moved the knight back and tried to trade. And all the commentators said that this was just Ding being unambitious, trying to trade off into a draw. And it could be the same situation right now, although this position is a lot more unbalanced than the one we had back in game 4. My first question is, how is Ding planning to deal? Okay, so if bishop attacks rook, it's very important that the rook prevents the knight from moving forward. So the rook would have to move to the side, and then there's not going to be a trade with Ding's rook for Gukesh's rook. And now, what I'm concerned about with this rook placement for Ding is that now Gukesh will see no use in being the one to trade his knight for Ding's knight, because now Gukesh will just continue forward on the opposite side of the board, and should Ding at some point want to trade the knights, then Gukesh can choose to recapture with a pawn, which is quite useful because then the pawn will be attacking the rook will have to retreat, and then either push that pawn further up through the center of the board. It looks pretty good, but also there's the problem with the undefended white pawn on the edge of the board. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not sure Ding is going to be able to get the trade between the knights like he's very clearly angling for. And then if he's not going to get the trade under decent circumstances, maybe he shouldn't have gone for the trade and retreated one of his best placed pieces. I think that's a big part of the story. Ding is retreating his best placed piece with the intention of moving it around and spending time trying to trade. So it's an unambitious move.
Never change a winning strategy. Not that it's been winning for him, but it's kind of working in the match so far. He has been able to kind of frustrate Gukesh, I would say, into taking some big chances. And that's when Ding has had his best chances. So maybe that is his strategy of this match. Simplify the positions.
Yeah, but at the same time, the position during the game has been tremendously interesting and unorthodox. So it's not like he's playing without risk out of the opening. It's just that at some point, around move 20, to be fair, in many games,
this is his rhythm.
He starts going for trades.
And then he'll surprise him one day when he suddenly doesn't go for the simplifications that he's been doing for 13 games in a row, and then suddenly he strikes.
Ding does have the white pieces for the 14th and final game. I guess maybe you knew that.
Yeah. But thanks. Thanks for telling me anyways.
Well, I told the people.
Well,
and that does mean that Gukesh kind of feels like that 14th game is going to be a bit stressful.
Yeah.
Having the black pieces, and if it's a draw, then it's tie breaks, and that's not great for Gukesh.
Yeah.
But then again, if it's not a draw, I mean, you could lose when your opponent has the white pieces. So Gukesh would really like to go into that final game with a lead.
Because you said the other day, or you were quoting someone else, maybe it was Magnus for all I know, that you should take risks at the beginning of the match and not towards the end, because then you don't have time to kind of fix your problems. But maybe that's the way that Ding wants to play this, is to kind of pressure Gukesh in a final game. And then...
I think Gukesh was very noticeably nervous in the first game, his first ever game in a world championship. And then these games in the middle, you've dealt with your nerves because now it's not so extraordinary playing in the World Championship because you already did it 7 times already. But as the match approaches its final stage, I think the nerves are going to be back because then there's a situation that Ding has experienced and Gukesh has not, which is the final phase, the final moments of the World Championship match where a mistake is so much important in a way. It's more severely punished. You cannot strike back from your mistakes anymore, which just increases the risk and the tension.
And I see that we are getting some questions. There's one viewer that asks us, is there any evidence that Ding is better at shorter time controls than Gukesh? Watching this classical part does not give me that idea.
Well, the classical part is a different beast. And there is things to suggest that Ding is the better player in Rapid and Blitz. If you can... Thank you.
Getting a little food
If
delivery.
you can be my researcher mod,
Thank you.
you can look up the website that has all the chess ratings, and you can go there and you can sort people on Rapid and Blitz ratings.
Okay.
And I also want to remind everyone that one of the best Blitz players in the world is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he lost the tiebreaker against Gukesh in the previous World Championship against the Ding.
I was like, what? Yeah.
In the previous World Championship match. So the biggest proof we have is that Ding has played a tiebreak and won it against one of the best quick play players in the world.
And now we have it here. And as you said, Ludvig, if we look at the list, we can see that Ding is number 2 in the world. And where is Gukesh? She's not even...
Ding's ranking in Rapid is even higher than his ranking in classical chess.
But now we have a move from Gukesh, who is once again allowing the rooks to be placed up against each other.
Yeah, the retreat.
I'm adding the waves again.
From Gukesh, the rooks once again looking at one another, but Gukesh's plan here is that he wants to move his knight in from the edge of the board. He wants to move that towards the middle. And now he's having the other knight take control of the square that his knight on the rim is trying to get to. What I'm thinking now is Can Ding move his knight back into the middle? No, surely not. I would just, with both the knights retreating, I was wondering if this is a possible back and forth, but I'm pretty sure it's not. But then, on the other hand, Ding does have to address the fact that the 2 rooks are now looking at one another, because if Gukesh is allowed to capture Ding's rook, then the pawn taking back will be a big issue, because then the white pawns are no longer talking together. They're no longer in a pawn chain protecting each other up the board. Instead, they've been scattered. And that is, no, you cannot allow that as Ding. So, do you trade voluntarily? I would say yes.
You're expecting a trade. You're expecting Ding to capture the rook, and you are correct.
Yeah. Rook takes rook makes sense. The white rook that has been... we've been a bit concerned that the rook could land into some attacks from Gukesh's pieces. So getting rid of that rook is okay. Even though then Gukesh, as he captures back the white rook, the black rook is now pointing very nicely through the center of the board. but that we can live with that. And now it's very important for Ding to improve the positioning of his bishop on the edge of the board. And Ding will move his bishop one step back. No, he will not.
Oh.
He will move his rook. I guess that makes sense as well. Oh, better. Gukesh, better. Slightly better.
Oh.
Okay, Chess Engines did not like this from Ding. And noticeably, it was one of the quickest decisions Ding has made
he
in
only
the
spent
entire game.
36 seconds he spent on that.
So it makes sense putting the rook where there are no white pawns. So the rook will now attack up the B file.
And in that way, I guess he also prevents the knight from jumping forward.
How is our sound? I'm hearing a lot of frequency interference.
I'm not, but I don't know if that's just...
Cinder, can you check our sound?
Well, while we're figuring out the sound thing, this move, it prevents the knight from jumping forward, which we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So that's probably one of the reasons he wanted to play that move. Oh, and look at Gukesh's move now. He advances the pawn
Wow.
in that file.
And that was the recommended move. It looked like Ding was trying to attack these squares along the B file. But Gukesh says, no, you're wrong. You actually haven't done anything to take control of that area. In fact, if anything, you've allowed me to advance my pawn on that side. And now Gukesh is trying to eliminate the most forward white pawn, because if this white pawn captures the black pawn, that's going to open up for Gukesh's bishop to point on the diagonal. And that would massively improve this bishop's positioning. However, you may notice that Ding has two pieces attacking the black pawn, whereas there's only one defender. That being said, if now Ding captures the black pawn, Gukesh is not planning to capture back. Instead, he will do what is known as a Zwischenzug, or an intermezzo, or an in-between move, which is the most descriptive one. Instead of just making the automatic he takes mine, I take theirs, then Gukesh will move his queen to give a check on the king. Remember how I told you that I thought Ding should put the king in the corner? Maybe that was a good idea, because now the queen attacking the king does force the king into the corner, but it allows black to then take back the pawn. And now, because the queen won a better placement, utilizing the check against the king before making the recapture, now the black queen is protecting the pawn. And we still have opened up for the black bishop to point towards the pawn on the edge of the board. And this attack on the pawn on the edge wouldn't be a problem if the bishop had already moved. And that's why we suggested the bishop move on the previous occasion, right? Because then if the pawn could just move one step forward, this attack towards the side of the board wouldn't be that big of a deal. But because the white bishop is blocking the pawn's ability to escape the threat, that is causing a bit of extra concern for Ding. And now, now Ding is once again spending time, but yeah, this must have come as a shock to him. And we have to talk, Maud, about this rook move. On our screen, the evaluation went from being balanced to saying that Gukesh is better, not just slightly better, but better. So I think the rook move deserves a mistake.
Ooh.
A mistake from Ding. And that is especially problematic considering his time situation.
I'm posting a picture now of Ding seeming quite baffled by Gukesh's newest move. Do you think that when he played this rook move, he hadn't considered this possibility?
Yeah, I think he just completely missed it. It's so easy to think, well, I'm pointing towards that square, so you can't push forward. And then it turns out because of the in-between move, with the queen giving a check on the king, the pawn could advance safely after all. And now Ding is under big pressure, both on the board and on the clock.
Yeah, this is not easy. And now we don't have a clock in our graphics here, but we can perhaps figure out how much time he has left. He has 18 minutes left right now. And that is after he has spent these 4 minutes. So, I mean, 18 minutes left to play how many moves? 17? 18?
Yeah.
So he has 1 minute per move now. And this move is quite challenging. Okay, so I have to go back and make the rook to b1. The move that Ding played in only a matter of seconds, that was a mistake. So that has been updated. And then I've also posted the picture of Ding looking quite baffled. And I've also used the word intermezzo that you talked about, Ludvig, about how this pawn cannot be won by Ding, even though it looks like that. And if you don't know what the word intermezzo means, you can click on it in our app and see the explanation.
You missed the big moments, Kaja. Gukesh has seized the initiative with a pawn advance on the side of the board. And the pawn on the edge here it's in trouble.
For you guys, and I'm eating myself, I had the take app. I could see everything and I could read Mod's comments based on your analysis, Jon Ludvig. So I'm up to speed. And I know it's dramatic, but I have a question before you start eating, Jon Ludvig. With Ding sort of initiating some trades and stuff like this, do you think now it's going to be a short game, or are we in for a long game?
I think the game is going to end close to move 40. I think Gukesh, with his previous move, that was a great move. Because what Ding did was a mistake, but it was also a good move by Gukesh to exploit Ding's mistake. And now there's a lot of energy in Black's pieces, in particular the bishop pointing on the diagonal, the pawn advancing up on the side of the board. And so the bishop, the pawn, and also the rook through the center is keeping some pressure that's reducing the possibilities for how Ding's queen can contribute to the defense right now. So yeah, I'm thinking Gukesh is a good favorite to win this game now. I think this is unpleasant to deal with for Ding, and I think the fact that he's so low on time could become significant here.
We have a move on the board.
So the pawn captures the other pawn. I'm surprised Gukesh has not responded instantly.
He did.
Oh, he did? The queen moves up. So this was the idea, that you didn't have to take back the white pawn immediately. First, you move the queen to give a check on the king. The king has to hide, and then you take the pawn. And the difference with that queen check is that as the king hides in the corner and the pawn recaptures, now the queen is offering protection to the pawn, so we don't have to fear the rook's pressure. Ooh, but Ding doesn't go into the corner. Ooh, Ding actually moves into the middle of the board. Very interesting from Ding, because now the king is taking over the defense of the pawn in the middle, which was something I pointed out, that there was a rook through the center, which is keeping the white queen away from kind of contributing in the defense over here, because it also had to contribute defensively in the middle of the board. But now that the king moves into the middle, it's a double-edged move.
Ooh.
The king is now helping out the defense of the white pawns in the middle, but at the same time, the king is moving towards the center of the board while the queens are still there. Yeah, the king could end up regretting having stepped into kind of the line of fire.
Wow. The bar says that it's better for Gukesh. That was the situation yesterday as well. He was, in fact, massively better at some point, but he wasn't able to convert yesterday. Ding found some great defense in the game yesterday, game 7. This is game 8 in the World Chess Championship match. And Ding is again under trouble. Oh, the bar jumps up too much better with the bishop going back.
Ding moves his bishop back here. You and Ludvig, there is no time for you to be eating.
I'm sorry.
We need you to understand, help us
well,
understand.
This was the bishop move that we wanted Ding to make at an earlier, instead of the rook move. Instead of making his mistake, we were suggesting that this was a good moment for Ding to move his bishop back. And part of the problem here was that the white pawn on the edge of the board, that pawn could not move away when it was being attacked, because the white bishop was standing in its path. So now Ding moves the bishop to be able to move the pawn afterwards and save the pawn, but it's too late. The pawn is dead. The bishop will come in, capture the pawn, and that's an extra pawn for Gukesh.
Massively better now for Gukesh. Is he winning this, Jon Ludvig?
It would appear so based on the engine's evaluation, but obviously Ding has a plan, and frankly, I'm not seeing what Gukesh is planning against the plan. So Ding's idea is that he will move his bishop into the middle of the board, attacking Gukesh's queen. And if the queen moves away, well, there's not that many squares the queen can. If the queen moves away, then the rook will attack the bishop. The bishop moves, but then the rook captures the pawn behind the bishop, so that Ding gets back the pawn that he was he lost in these trades first. But so basically, the black queen needs to keep both of these pawns safe, and the only square the black queen can be on to make that protection is the square it's currently on. So after the bishop moves into the middle, Ding wants to keep the queen where it is. So maybe you move the knight in between so that the queen doesn't have to move. But then the rook increases the pressure against this knight, which feels kind of scary. But on the other hand, let me tell you what else is scary. Oh gosh, actually, maybe this is the easy solution. What else is scary? The black pawns. 2 black pawns now has a clear path forward to becoming a new queen.
Ooh.
And that's part of the reason why it's so nice to capture the last remaining white pawn on the side of the board. And in here, the black pawns are just going to rush forward to become new queens. and I'm not seeing an easy way for Ding to deal with that very straightforward plan.
And we have moves on the board.
Yeah, so Gukesh does capture the pawn. Why wouldn't he? So let me just correct to the current situation. Gukesh is allowed to capture a pawn on the side of the board, and he says, of course, I'm going to take that pawn. Ding then moves his bishop into the middle of the board, trying to chase the queen away from her optimal placement, because this is the only square where the queen can protect both of these black pawns, one of which might become a new queen to win the game.
Wow.
And now then, I think Gukesh will not want to move the queen away from its optimal placement. So I'm expecting the knight to move forward and block the attack on the queen.
Okay. You guys need to have some food because this is about to get very intense. We're in move 26. That means 15 more moves before we reach move 41 and additional times on the clock. This is especially dramatic for Ding Liren. He has 15 minutes left to make 15 moves. 14 moves. Crazy stuff. And he is he now losing on the board? Sorry, Ludvig, I know you need to eat.
New queens. And also they're so much better as a group when they're working together, and they can help protect each other as they move up the board. So unless Ding captures one of them soon, then yes, I think Gukesh is going to win this and take the lead in the match.
Wow.
Now we have the two twin monster pawns.
Is that a monster with a beard?
It was like a Japanese. It said something when I was going to choose that emoji. It says Japanese ogre.
Oh.
I don't know. I didn't know what to make of that, but I thought it looked kind of like a devilly monster thingy.
Okay.
The monster twins. They could also be like the two dancing.
Yes, I was looking
Like the
for those.
ballerinas or, yeah, you know.
I know exactly what you mean.
They're just dancing up the board together, supporting each other.
But that emoji is called men or women with bunny ears. I don't know why.
But then,
Or they could be, what do you think of this? What's best? These little fencing? No, that wasn't very visible. No.
no.
Okay, what about just the I don't know what these words mean. I don't know anything about emojis is what I'm realizing. What about these?
We haven't gotten... Oh.
Yeah, the devil twins.
That's kind of like monstrous, and at least you can see it better when it's purple. I think that one's pretty good.
And they're on a mission. And I mean...
And they're smiling.
Yeah, exactly. Because these are two good pawns. If I understand one thing, it is that these two pawns for Gukesh, they are some really good pawns. It's looking good for 18-year-old Gukesh. He is much better in game 8 now against Ding Liren. Can he convert this to a win and take the lead in the World Chess Championship match and get closer to becoming the youngest World Chess Champion in history? He is only 18 years old. Such an impressive young man. Wow. And now he is fighting for what could be the crucial win in the World Chess Championship match.
Can we confirm that moving the knight between is the recommended solution for Gukesh here?
And let's see.
Ooh, it is moving the knight in between to keep the queen's placement, but it's the different knight to the one I was suggesting.
Mm-hmm. And I just saw the bar just corrected itself to say massively better after thinking for some more time.
So I think that's going to be a tricky decision for Gukesh. But what I'm reading from the fact that it's suggesting to move the other knight, basically the engine is saying that things are happening on this side of the board now, and it's all about getting pieces to that side And there's no need to move this knight, even though it's on the edge of the board. It's on the right edge of the board, whereas Ding's pieces on the opposite side are not actually really doing that much. So I think the point here is just you're going to advance these pawns forward, but then as the pawns advance, it's nice having one knight to protect one pawn and then the other knight to protect the other pawn. So moving the knight in between to preserve the queen's placement, that's very logical. And some of the things that Gukesh is thinking about right now is which knight to move. And it turns out it is not the obvious move towards the middle of the board, but rather it's the move towards where the action is happening. Move towards the side, because that's what's important right now.
Ludvig is taking off his headset. He needs to eat a little bit. There is yogurt back on the table today, so that was good. They often sell out of this favorite yogurt of Ludvig. It's actually like a chia pudding, not a yogurt. So he's snacking up. He needs some energy. Should the players be doing the same at this point, Maud? Because we are getting very close to move 40, where there will probably be a little bit of pressure on the clock, and you don't want to make mistakes around move 40.
Absolutely, and I feel like you have to have you have to play quite quickly. You need to eat some food, and we see now that Gukesh actually does send his knight into the board, but he does what Ludvig says, the more human approach to centralize the knight that's been on the side of the board for a very long time. So that was not the best move according to our computer, which now adjusts itself to only say better, not massively better.
Yeah.
So that was an improvement, but a very difficult move to find for Gukesh, that it was better to keep that knight there on the edge of the board.
And is the response from Ding now obvious? Obviously not, because he's thinking.
Yeah, no, he was probably thinking all of the time that Gukesh just spent on this move, and he still didn't come up with anything, and he only has 15 minutes left, so he's probably very stressed because it looks very dangerous.
Yep.
Even though this was not the best move, it has the same exact threats.
Okay, and he makes the top computer move, I can say that.
Yes, Ding, he just decides to add more pressure to that knight, which is also currently pinned. So there is a point to his moves, and he had to move his rook out of the attack of this bishop. So in that sense, it was a natural move, but it feels very uncomfortable to be Ding right now, because it looks like Gukesh's plan is so obvious. He's just going to march the pawns further up the board, is what I was going to guess. And now I have checked that with our engine in the Take app, and they support moving this pawn right here further up and just threatening to become another queen. I have no idea how Ding is supposed to interrupt that plan.
Drama. Game 8. Don't hate. Don't hesitate. Don't wait. Don't be late.
Should we notify people soon? Because
Yeah.
I'm thinking that Ding has very little time, so his moves are going to be quick. And I feel like that's the best time to get people in the app, is when a lot of stuff is happening.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it can be interesting sometimes when they do think for 40 minutes, but like, I think that if you are a more casual fan of chess and you don't know what's going on, you would like to see some moves. Like in football, you like to watch goals, and in chess, we like to see the moves. So I'm trying to think of what will be the time when the board kind of explodes with moves, and that's what we're kind of anticipating with Ludvig eating now.
Yeah.
Because we think that in like 3 or 4 minutes, things could go flying.
And we've been talking about trophies today, and I think Ludvig deserves a trophy. It's probably a world record eating that yogurt. That was very fast. And that's very good that you are fast with that, because there is action in Game 8. We need the expertise from Grandmaster Ludvig Hammer on the board. How excited about this game are you right now, Ludvig?
Well, did it not say massively better?
It did.
Just a moment ago.
Yeah, it's down to slightly better after thinking
So
for some time.
I still don't fully understand what Ding's plan is to counter the pawns advancing. But I find it very unexpected that there was such a big difference between which knight Gukesh used to intercept the attack on his queen. So
So it was moving the knight
yeah,
that obviously had the bar going.
I mean, if you haven't already, like there was a mistake from Ding.
Yeah, that I have made a mistake when he did not kind of deal with the pawn that was on the edge of the board.
Yeah, but was this knight the way we haven't really understood how or why this latest knight move was a mistake on Gukesh's part.
I also feel so strict kind of calling it a mistake when you suggested it and it looked like the most natural move in the world. And I feel like there's still a lot of... It's still very difficult to be Ding. I don't think that he's sitting there thinking, oh, Gukesh just made a mistake. He has no idea that that could have been a mistake.
Okay.
But we definitely should notify people that mistakes are happening and they're getting pretty low on time.
Yeah. So if you walked into this room right now then and didn't see the bar, Jon Ludvig, would you think, and do you think Gukesh and Ding are thinking that?
I would think Ding that Gukesh is just winning.
Exactly. So slightly better. You don't see that knight move made the bar go down.
Well, I mean, there's suddenly this game has evolved from being a strategic, trying to place your pieces as optimally as possible. Now it's just a very brute force game.
Oh.
Because now the threat right now is that Ding would like to move his queen one step forward, which will attack the bishop in the corner, but also attack the black knight. So that's a big deal right there. And then the question is, how do you counter it? Because if you move, for instance, well, you cannot move the knight. Because as Maud said, if the knight moves, then the queen will be captured. The knight is pinned. So the knight cannot move away from this dangerous pressure, but you are about to get a hit with the queen attacking both your bishop and your knight. So
is that why the bar doesn't like the knight move? Because it
No, because
itself.
it was okay with the other knight moving there.
Oh, that's true.
So the most logical move maybe is to move the bishop all the way back, because then you move away from the double attack that the white queen could use. However, even without a double attack, the queen will move into the game, attack the black knight, and the knight once again cannot move because of the bishop's pressure towards Gukesh's queen. And I think I realized why there's such a big importance to where the other knight was placed. Because now if Gukesh tries to move his rook to reinforce the protection of the most forward knight, then Ding can use his bishop and attack down towards the black supporting knight and the black rook. And suddenly there's a lot of bishops pointing down towards the black pieces, and it's difficult to sort out all of them.
So
And
Gukesh
instead,
moves-
Gukesh moves his bishop to attack the queen, but once again, this affects... No. Okay, that is a decent move. Wait. Didn't it say slightly better earlier?
Yeah, and now it's down to balance. After thinking for a little bit, the engine goes down to balance. It does not like this move by Gukesh.
The more the engine thinks, the more it dislikes Gukesh's move. That's a very, very bad sign.
He was massively better at some point. It's that.
The bishop now attacking in towards the white queen. I said that if Ding is unable to capture one of these black pawns in the next couple of moves, then Gukesh is definitely going to win. And yet, what is happening right now is that the engines feel like this is a balanced position, despite the fact that that Gukesh is managing to hold on to his pawns.
And Ding moves his queen, but not to where you were talking about.
Ding no longer could move his queen forward to help the attack on the Black Knight. That was one of the benefits of Gukesh's move, that the bishop not only attacked the queen, but also prevented the queen from going where it wanted to go. Instead, Ding moves his queen one step to the side. Ding is now preparing for this queen to step in front of the king, but the key thing here is that the queen and bishop will work on the same diagonal and both point down towards the black queen. Are we going to see Ding escaping a dangerous situation for a second game in a row? That would be a huge, huge disappointment to Gukesh, but at the same time, it would definitely show everyone that Gukesh is generating chance after chance to win the game, and I think many then will feel it's just a question of time before Gukesh manages to break through and get the win in one of these moments.
Wow.
And I have sent out the notification. It just hasn't been delivered just yet.
Oh.
But I wrote that there was chaos on the board and that Ding and Gukesh are soon in severe time trouble.
Make sure to download the app, you guys. Take in App Store and Android to be notified when the drama happens, when there is action, when games start, to follow your favorite players, to check out their player profiles, to follow all the developments that will be coming in the Take app shortly. And, of course, highlight your favorite players. There's a competition, fierce competition between the players as well, to have the most followers.
Maud, you're highlighting the pawns, but it's not really about the pawns anymore, is it?
No,
it's
not.
about the queen being stressed out.
Okay.
And the knight being stressed out. And
the thing is, I'm not sure I know how to remove the emojis now. I'm sorry about this.
Oh.
So we'll have to give the pawn something else. That's all we can do.
But so the white queen is stressed.
No, the black queen has the pressure of the white bishop towards it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the knight between the queen and bishop. That is now under some serious pressure.
Okay, I'm working on it. What do you think about this? Although we have to accept that the pawns, they have to remain in their...
I think it's okay with more emojis on the board.
You know, I think it's too much right now, I think, but...
Yeah, no, I think it's fine. Now that I think about it, maybe I was wrong about the queen. Maybe it's more about the knight. But if you just
now
said
I can't remove that one either. Oh gosh.
But so the knight is stressed as well.
Yeah. Well, the knight is stressed, and the knight is not allowed to move away because of the queen's safety requiring it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so easy for Gukesh to untangle. From this.
Well, should we look at some options then?
Yeah, I guess part of the question we have to ask now is, could Gukesh lose this game?
Whoa.
Because there is the pressure against the knight here. The knight cannot move because of the bishop also pointing towards the queen. And if the queen tries to run away from that bishop's influence, well, then there's an undefended pawn on the side of the board that can be captured by Ding's queen. So Gukesh needs... His number one priority has to be to make sure that he doesn't lose his knight. But it's a pretty big priority that he doesn't want to lose the pawns on the side of the board either. And if he messes this up, then the consequences will be very dire, as there's a full knight being risked right now.
Would you like to know the top computer move for Gukesh?
Yeah.
So, pawn.
Well, I guess pawn, it has to be the pawn moving to a dark square, which both limits the options for the white queen and also gets closer to becoming a new queen on its own. However, this doesn't really do anything to address the danger of the white queen working together with the white bishop. Like the arrows that Maud has made on the board, the white queen will just continue its plan, increasing the pressure on the black knight. And now this black knight, it's being threatened and it cannot move. And if a rook comes in to give protection to the knight, then I'm afraid about this bishop suddenly appearing on the edge of the board, pointing down towards both the supporting knight and the rook behind it.
And it wasn't the correct move.
Oh.
That is not the top computer move.
What? Do you want to move the other pawn?
Yeah.
That's very surprising, because moving the other pawn forward means that there's now access for the white queen to move really into this area of danger and help in creating more threats against black's pieces. I find it unlikely that Gukesh will play this pawn move.
Okay.
And then it becomes a question of how many acceptable moves does he really have? Because if he has a lack of good moves...
Oh! Okay, he moves his bishop and the bar jumps up for ding. It says much better. Is this a blunder?
Oh my goodness. I think it is. I think it's a blunder.
Yes.
Blunder on the board. Gukesh was winning this game. What is happening?
He's struggling to deal with the pressure of the queen and the bishop. The knight is very, very much in trouble. And Ding has continued his pressure against the knight. Gukesh has played in this way because he believes that he can hold everything together, that everything's protected right now. The place he put his bishop is based on the fact that he wants to prevent the white bishop from moving to that diagonal and pointing towards the black pieces. But here, look at Ding. Ding plays instantly, and he plays the best move. Great move from Ding, moving his bishop one step backwards, and it turns out the threat in the situation is not only the bishops pointing towards the black pieces, but now Ding is also getting ready to push his pawn one step forward in the middle of the board, and there has been a new pin. There's a double pin. The knight cannot move due to the pressure from the bishop on the queen, but even if the queen saves itself, the knight can still not move after being attacked by the white pawn, because now the black rook is on a different pin.
Oh,
so here the black knight is unable to escape the threat from white's pawn, because that would allow the white rook to capture the black rook afterwards.
Is this crazy arrow usage, Ludvig? Because I'm trying to show all the pins and that the main threat is maybe this pawn advancing in the center, like you said.
I would maybe take away the pawn thing and then just have that in writing.
Well, crazy turn of event. Gukesh was winning this game. He had a massive advantage. He made a blunder with his bishop. Ding has now taken control of the game. He is now much better. And he has spent now. So Ding has played very slowly so far in the game. But now when he's making these amazing moves, He's playing super fast.
He understood what the position required, what he needed to do to exploit the miscoordination between Gukesh's pieces. And I mean, if Ding takes the lead in the match in this manner, after having a really bad position, massively worse,
Yeah.
and then turning it around to get the win, that would be sensational.
And we can see footage from Singapore here in our Take studio. There was just a close-up of Gukesh, and I felt I could see it on him, in his eyes. He has realized that this has gone all wrong for him. Do you think he realizes? Would top chess players looking at this position realize?
Well, we need to investigate some moves.
Let's do that.
So here I'm thinking the obvious move is to move the rook one step forward, because then the rook is going to be protected by the queen, which in turn means if now the pawn advances in the middle of the board, which we felt was the main threat in the situation, now the knight can simply move away from the pawn's attack, because when this pawn advanced, there's no longer a bishop pointing on black's queen. So if the rook takes one step forward, it feels like Gukesh is surviving the whole thing.
Okay.
And now we need to figure out what is it that Ding is planning to do for the chess engines to make such a determined assessment of the current situation. The only thing I'm seeing is a draw.
Really?
And Ding realizing that he was much worse at some point, maybe he wants to make a draw. I can see the bishop attacking towards the king, the rook, and if the rook moves out of the way, then the bishop can just return back to where it came from, once again attacking the knight. And so the rook has to move back, defending the knight, and then the bishop attacks the rook again. The rook cannot move forward because then you're allowing the white bishop on down here to open up an attack against the rook. So you definitely don't want to have that rook placement. And if you go back down, well, that's a bad news, because then once again your rook is undefended, and a pawn advance in the center attacks the knight, and the knight cannot move, because then the white rook will capture the black rook. So it seems to me that in the current situation, if the rook moves one step forward to be protected by the queen, the bishop attacks the rook to get the rook out of position, and the rook only has one decent square to go to. Moving the bishop then back attacks the knight, forcing the rook to protect. So to me, this looks like a draw. But at the same time, the pace at which Ding played is kind of like, I don't know if he saw this or whether he saw anything even better. I'm going to check what the recommended move is if the rook moves one step forward.
Yeah.
The recommended move is knight back.
Oh, and now Gukesh has played the rook move that you just said, Ludvig.
He played the top computer move.
Massively better. So the chess engines weren't that big of a fan of this rook move, but the move that now Ding is supposed to play in response seems wild. It seems incomprehensible. It seems frankly slow.
And what
Okay, and Ding does not go for the draw. So Ding could have gone bishop back and forth, and that would have been an instant draw as far as I could tell. Instead, Ding did move his knight, but instead of moving the knight back, which seemed very mysterious, he moved his knight forward. A lot more sensible human move from Ding.
And a move showing ambition. He wants to win this game.
Yeah, he wants to win the game. There's no doubt about that now. I think his idea, he's threatening the black bishop. And if the bishop takes a step back, there is an idea here for Ding where he could move his knight into the black half and interrupt the coordination between Gukesh's pieces and stop the rook from defending the knight. Are there any other options here? This is a very tricky position, and once again, Ding plays better when he's low on time.
Yeah.
The faster Ding plays, the better he's playing.
He used 14 seconds to find this move.
And it wasn't the top choice, but it's good enough. If he can just start playing good enough moves in the rest of the game and play a bit quicker, I don't know. It feels like he feels liberated in some way when he's low on time.
Maybe, yeah, because then he stops overthinking, maybe, which is something you often do when you are struggling a little bit. The move you mentioned for Gukesh, moving the bishop back, that is the top move by the computer. Is that an only move? Do you think he has to find that move to stay in the game?
It's a very obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
It's just currently the white knight is threatening to capture the bishop.
Yeah.
So you wanna avoid that from happening. So you kind of have to move the bishop back.
I can see that the next best move is to move it to A2. So it's like any move that gets this bishop out of attack kind of survives for now, and it looks like everything else is just instantly lost.
Yeah. So the bishop has to get away from the knight's threat.
Yeah, and that way, I mean, the fact that Gukesh is now thinking could be that he's trying to kind of understand, like, oh my goodness, has this game completely changed character? What has happened? Where did I go wrong? And he's really struggling right now, I think.
It's not that long ago that Gukesh had 30 minutes more on the clock than Ding, and they're about to be equal on time, but the momentum in the game has shifted massively.
Wow. Wow. So they do have 10 more moves to make, and they only have the time on the clock that you can see now. So Gukesh has 15 minutes to make his 10 moves, reach move 41, where he gets additional 30 minutes and increment after each move.
Ding spent 18 seconds 3 moves ago, then he spent 6 seconds, and then he spent 14 seconds. So he's like not even spent a minute on his last 3 moves that were the best moves he's played.
Yeah.
But remember the game he won, game 1. When he managed to take over control of that first game, he was also playing his moves very quickly. He was low on time, but he started playing, his knight forward, his queen into Gukesh's position. We've seen this before, and the last time this happened, that Ding was playing quickly, he won the game.
His intuition is definitely working then. He needs to trust his intuition. Okay, but for Gukesh now.
And in a way, I think this also confirms that he's a pretty good rapid player.
Yeah.
So if Ding wins here, there's only 6 games remaining, and Ding feels confident if the score overall is tied.
Yeah.
Which means Gukesh could end up in a situation where he needs to win 2 of the last 6 games.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go back to the position. We need to give our Indian fans, the Indian Gukesh fans, some hope here. He's an incredible calculator. He is here for a reason. Can he save this game?
Here's the hope. These guys. I took them out of frame. These guys. This is the hope. Mm-hmm. 2 pawns next to one another. Clear path forward to become a new queen. These pawns remain powerful. And even if Ding is about to win something because of this whole clash on the queen side, no matter the result of this clash, there's always going to be hope due to the power of these pawns should they get moving and try to push forward to become a new queen.
So there is hope for Gukesh, and all three results still possible in this game then.
I would say that. Some might think that's controversial, but I would say 3 results still possible, because as long as these 2 pawns are alive, if these 2 pawns were just a little bit higher up on the board, they would be worth a rook. And then it wouldn't matter if Gukesh loses a knight, because the pawns and their value by being so far up just overshadows the loss. Obviously, Ding is going to work very hard to prevent the pawns from really having an impact in the game. But there are pros still in Gukesh's position that with a mistake from Ding could still turn everything around yet again.
So no hammer time yet.
No. Too early for that.
Too early. But the bar says that this is much better for Ding Liren, the defending champion. He has turned what was a losing position to what is now much better for him. We are getting closer to the 40 moves mark. Gukesh has been thinking for 7 minutes now, and he is now for the first time lower on time than Ding Liren.
Yeah, that's crazy. I
Yeah.
never would have thought that, because I thought earlier when we sent out our notification, the players are low on time, which was delivered a little bit after that. So actually that fit quite well.
Yeah, it did.
And I wrote that there was chaos on the board, which also kind of fits even now. And I thought, okay, well, is Gukesh actually in time trouble?
We have the move.
Oh, and he does retreat his bishop to the best square. He had to do that. He retreats it. I see it in the app, and now we have it on the screen as well.
Yeah.
Retreating the bishop.
Okay, and now the question becomes, my first instinct was that, because right now, unless Ding wins something here, then he's still losing the game.
What? I just got to move. What is this move? What is this?
That is the recommended move. That's the move I suggested.
Oh.
The knight pushes forward from Ding, and the idea is to interrupt the rook's protection of the knight. So here, there were 1, 2, 3 white attackers against the black knight, but there were 1, 2, 3 defenders as well. By moving the knight into Gukesh's position, Ding is preventing the rook from defending the knight. The rook captures the knight, and then bishop captures rook, and queen captures bishop. In a vacuum, the rook in trade for a bishop and a knight is much better. It's much better to capture 2 of these pieces than only the one, even if that one is a rook.
We have definitely have take now.
Yeah.
However, because at the end of this, there are now only 2 defenders of the black knight. That means that Ding, first giving away a knight and a bishop for a rook, but he always knew that he would be able to capture Gukesh's knight at the end of that. And now we have to take stock, because we've had a massive trade with the pieces. There's a knight for a knight, so those kind of cancel each other out. And then we have the rook for the bishop.
Wow.
But keep in mind that Gukesh already had an extra pawn. So it's more like it's a rook for a bishop and a pawn. And that is not the most obvious of ways to win, especially not when one of those pawns is part of this 2-pawn marching band up the board on the far side. So this is still not decided by any stretch of the imagination. Ding has the extra rook, but the 2 black pawns on the side of the board is serious business. And still, chances for both sides, like we discussed. That being said, Gukesh needs to find a new pace now. And Gukesh moves his pawn one step forward on the opposite side of the board, on the king side of the board. So Gukesh is expecting to kind of save his king over here to have an escape. But don't get fooled by the fact that he's moving on this right side of the board, because his real intention is the pawns moving forward over here. And there's a move for Ding as well.
These moves are coming in the app, but not on our screen for some reason. But if you follow the app, they are there.
Yes.
Ding moves the king in towards the middle of the board, which is very unorthodox. Normally, you don't want the king in the middle when the queens are still on the board. But I think he wants to move his king over so that the king is defending the rook. But this seems to me like he's moving pieces into the dangerous areas of the board. And Gukesh, being low on time, he needs to go faster. And Gukesh pushes his pawns up along the side of the board. These pawns are looking very scary. I'm genuinely surprised that the chess engine believes Ding to be much better. I think it looks like the black pawns on the side of the board are just as dangerous as Ding being the only person to have a rook remaining.
Wow. Okay. Well, it still says much better for Ding, but what would you say, Jon Ludvig? Where would you place the bar?
We have this kind of cop-out in chess. We call it unclear. It doesn't say white is better or black is better. We're just, it's unclear.
It's a celebrity answer, no comment.
Well, Kasparov used to say that if you have an opening analysis that ends with unclear, it just means you were too lazy to find the truth.
Uh-huh.
It's like in a math textbook where you're like reading a proof and it says, we leave the rest as an exercise to the reader. We'll let you figure out whatever comes next, and then we can...
I cannot relate to math textbooks, Maud, but I'm
like
sure
the same
some
as in
of our
chess books,
viewers...
I feel like they have some parallels. Okay, but we're not getting in the move right now on our screen, but there is moves in the app. So the pawn has advanced. Maybe we need to look at Jon Ludvig's analysis board.
Yep.
To keep ourselves up to date. So there was this move here from Gukesh. He's advancing his monster pawns. And then Ding sent his queen into the middle of the board.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, it means Ding is trying to centralize his pieces. The queen wants to play a bigger part in this game. I guess essentially what he's saying is that these monster pawns, they're going to struggle getting past the dark squares. So right now, if Gukesh continues his plan of pushing the pawns further up the board and trying to make the pawns new queens, then the bishop will move back and the bishop will control the square in front of the pawn. It will stand in the way of the other pawn, and it just ends up in the situation where the pawns can get to a light square, but they cannot get further to a dark square. So there is the risk for Gukesh now that his pawns become blocked and that these little, purple devils turn out to be sheep instead.
Ooh.
Completely harmless.
Okay, let me know when you think that they have been deserving of being re-emojied to sheep instead, because I have that emoji as well. And I can replace emojis, I just can't remove them.
We like emojis.
Oh, well, no, I only have a ram. Is that the same? No, that's a sheep.
It's good enough. Okay, so because of that potential for the white bishop to blockade and stop the pawns, I'm thinking maybe Gukesh should consider trading his knight for this white bishop at some point. Maybe that would be a smart thing to do, to say, okay, I'm going to take your bishop so that you don't blockade. Oh, and also, I don't know how I only noticed this now, but there's so much going on. I was so focused on the pawns over here that there is also the queen coming over to the corner, giving a check on the king, and then you can start capturing pawns over here. You shouldn't do this immediately, though, because the white queen does have the pressure against the knight. But maybe you then can combine the two plans, and we can see knight captures bishop, rook captures back, and then the queen comes in, check, and then captures a pawn.
Oh,
He
On
moves
the
the
side.
knight.
the knight does not want to capture the bishop. It instead moves towards the center of the board as well. Everyone is moving towards the center right now.
Ooh.
Okay. Knight moves up in the middle. Still wanting to go with this plan, but first wants to keep the knight safe. That feels fair. I guess now maybe Ding moves his king forward so that he doesn't have to get checked by the black queen. Still, how many more moves do they have to make before the extra time?
Ding needs to make 4 more moves, and Gukesh needs to make 5 more moves.
4.
Oh yeah, sorry. They both played their 36th move. Yeah.
Okay. We are getting closer to move 40. After making that, they do get additional time. It is drama on the board. The bar is saying that this is much better for Ding Liren. Only some moves ago, it was massively better for Gukesh. He lost his advantage, making a
Then
blunder.
And then some.
And then some. Exactly.
And Ding has spent like less than a minute on all of his moves for many moves now, except for this queen to the middle. That was the first time he had to think, and he only spent a little over a minute. So he's just like playing on his intuition. I think he feels like I'm in the zone. I have something here. And then he's kind of playing instantly, even though he doesn't really have to anymore. I mean, he has several minutes to make his final moves. And now he does bring his king into the middle of the board, just as you said, Ludvig, avoiding that check.
So the king moved from the middle to the middle in a way, but this keeps the king closer to the white pawns, and it also has the king protecting the white rook. So now Ding has a threat. Ding is threatening to capture one of these black pawns, because then it would also open up an attack from the rook on the black queen. And normally you wouldn't be able to capture this pawn because it was protected by another black pawn.
Okay.
So
he
now
makes his move.
Gukesh moves his queen into the white half, the queen moving in behind the white pawns. So Gukesh is trying to capture as many pawns as he can on the side of the board. This is a very annoying positioning for the queen. It's tempting to move the white queen back to try and trade with the black queen. The problem is then Gukesh can avoid the trade and start trying to attack from the opposite side instead. So both players want to have their queens in the middle of the board, but this comes at a cost of the flanks then being available. Ooh, but the queen moves back from Ding, and he plays it pretty quickly. Obviously then, Gukesh is going to move his queen back into the middle. Not much to think about there.
Maybe they're just doing this until move 40 to get enough time to consider their options.
Good call, Maud. It could be that Ding just wants to go back and forth here for a little bit to get extra time on the clock. Okay, so Ding does return with his queen into the middle. Gukesh moves his queen into Ding's half again. Are we going to see a draw? They have now moved back and forth 2 times. And Ding continues going back. Ding now made move 40, so he's got an extra half hour to think about whether he wants to continue the back and forth and go for the draw here. And Gukesh will also make move 40 now as he centralizes his queen yet again.
Oh, that was perfect timing for Ding that he didn't have to make that decision on his 40th move. Now he'll get that 30 minutes to consider, do I want to draw? It's always like interesting when that decision comes right around move 40.
Yeah.
The eval bar below the board, trying to indicate who is doing better in this game. I've seen our analysis shift from better to much better.
It says now, so the graphics on the screen is lagging a little bit behind. The updated version is saying much better for Ding. It would be shocking if he does it a 3rd time and goes for the draw, right?
Oh, no. I thought I saw movement.
Yeah, actually, I've gotten ahead of myself. Gukesh has not moved yet. This is the current situation on the board. I just assumed that Gukesh, being down a rook, would want to continue going back and forth.
Yeah. So
but
Gukesh
is genuinely considering it. I don't know. What are you thinking about?
What
is the alternative to going back and forth with the queens?
Maybe it's the signal that it sends that it's like, all right, I'll take a draw, and he doesn't want to admit that weakness.
Yeah, but could he take advantage of the fact that Ding is playing back and forth, stalling time, basically? Could he take advantage now and make a shocking move?
No, because now Ding would have a lot of time to think about it. So you definitely don't want to play the shocking move when your opponent just got an extra 30 minutes on the clock. Mm-hmm. If you're going to do something crazy, do it while the other guy is low on time.
But what if he traded queens now, Gukesh?
If he trades queens, then he's not going to have an attack against the white king anymore. And the only problem with having the king in the middle of the board, like Ding has now, is that the queens are still on the board.
Okay, so Gukesh needs to keep the queens on the board.
I think so. Okay, he's back to his senses.
Okay.
So now we have this position on the board for a 2nd time.
Mm-hmm. And they have now gotten additional time. We can see on Ding's clock it says 37 minutes. So he has those extra 30 minutes on his clock, and he now from now on also gets 30 seconds extra after each move. Wait, what?
What?
Ding immediately returns with his queen to the center of the board. We now still have the same position for the 2nd time. But if Ding backs up with the queen next move, this game is going to be a draw.
Could he do that?
Of course he could do that. He's gone back and forth whenever the opportunity has presented itself.
This is the most winning situation he's ever had.
Better. It says better. Winning is very strong
but
words.
Now it's like you have a rook against a knight. Like, it's so
but your
visible.
king is exposed in the center of the board, and your opponent has very dangerous pawns. I'm not saying Ding shouldn't play on. I think he should fight. But based on what we've seen from him so far in this match, it's entirely possible that he would rather just go back and forth and make a draw rather than play a tricky position where he might be better, but he might get into time trouble and lose. I don't know. Ding's confidence is not super high. Mm-hmm. If Ding was confident, probably he would play on. But with the year he's had, he's pretty happy that he's still in the match.
But it is Gukesh in the move.
I mean, I imagine Gukesh going for the win here.
Yeah.
Imagine Gukesh doing something other than
Maybe
just
that's
going
what he's
back and
gambling
forth.
with. Maybe Ding is like, you usually don't repeat moves.
Are you like 100% expecting Gukesh to go back with his queen?
Yes.
And he has done that now.
He has done
Oh,
that
wait.
now.
I can't tell if... Sorry. I think it was just my app reloaded and then some moves were played. But no, that was his move 40. We have not received his move 41 yet. Sorry.
Yeah. He is still thinking Gukesh. So the top computer move for Gukesh is not to bring his queen back. But I guess that's not a shock.
Well, that is a shock, but it doesn't really matter, I think.
But
Because moving the queen in here has already demonstrated that it creates enough threats for Ding to be pretty scared. Not only is the queen attacking a pawn on the edge of the board, but also if Ding is not careful, the black knight will be able to move forward, attacking both the queen and the king. And the knight cannot be captured by the white pawn because that would put the white king in check from black's queen. So moving the queen up here is threatening a pawn and threatening to win the queen. And I don't see any obvious solution to that other than moving the queen back.
Well, the situation right now, you guys, is very strange. It's very strange. Gukesh is thinking he, objectively, I guess, on the board, should try to repeat the position and go for the draw. It does say that Ding is better. It said a few moves ago that he was much better. But we are sort of expecting...
Oh no, I got it wrong. The game is over if he goes queen here.
What?
I counted wrong. 1, 2. The game is over if he goes queen forward. I can't believe I made that mistake.
So
Gukesh can make a draw here if he wants to.
it's not up to Ding.
It's not up to Ding.
What? So Ding is the one initiating the draw.
Ding has already given up his option to avoid the draw.
I don't.
And it's now just a question of whether Gukesh wants a draw to happen on the board. I got confused because I was counting the number of times we had this situation with the queens up against each other in the center of the board. And I thought Ding had one more chance because 2 times we've had this position and then 1 time we had this position. So the placement of the black queen was slightly different once.
Yeah.
So I thought, oh, okay, so Ding has another chance. But actually, it's all about the situation after the queen moved in behind the white pawns. And this position here, this position here, when the queen came in, that was the first position to occur. And we have gone back and forth 1 time, 2 times. And with this queen returning to the center of the board, which was the 41st move from Ding, that was kind of the 3rd time as the queen then moves.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
And this actually, like, arbiters at tournaments, they mess this kind of thing up because it's so, like, mind-boggling. Like, it's hard to count the number of times a position has happened.
It's
Because-
easier when it happens straight after one another.
Yeah,
though.
exactly. Like, you can see the same position kind of 3 times, and then there's some stuff in between, and then the turns need to be the same. Like, there's some chaos that makes this kind of stuff more difficult than you would think. And I've added a poll now to the app asking, will Gukesh accept the repetition here? I'm eager to hear what our users of the app think.
Mm-hmm.
What do you
In
think?
a way, a draw is a deserved result here. Both players had good chances to win during.
And this was the top computer move, you guys.
He doesn't go for the draw.
He doesn't go for the draw. Cool. Go Gukesh. Let's fight. Let's play.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. 100%.
No.
That's crazy.
Love it. Here we go. We have ourselves a fight in Singapore. What will happen? Slightly better. It's only slightly better now for Ding. Okay, I'm kidding. It's better for Ding. What's happening? What's happening on the board? What's happening, you guys?
This is shocking. Okay, so the queen moves in. Ding intercepts the check on white's king using his rook. And now Gukesh, because now if Gukesh moved his queen forward, if Gukesh moved his queen forward now, the rook would just continue attacking the queen and it would be a draw anyway. But instead, Gukesh moves his queen back into the middle of the board. And he's going for the win with a rook less.
I love it. Amazing. I'm so eager now to see the next move from Ding. Is he scared now? Is Gukesh showing some fierce confidence here?
He is.
Yeah.
And I love that the viewers of our YouTube stream were writing like fight, 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 like a
Chanting.
I'm envisioning like this kind of a circle around this game where people are like, come on guys, we don't want you guys to just be friends and walk away with a draw here. People were chanting and hoping this would be a fight.
Yeah.
And not
I'm officially a Gukesh fan now.
All right.
This is unbelievable. Like chess players are usually so cautious, and a lot of the former world champions, they're like, oh, we have to play very correct chess, and we always have to go for a draw if that's the objective evaluation of the position. But for a second game, Gukesh is saying, no, I don't want to go back and forth.
Yeah.
I will play on.
And,
even though the chess engines consider Ding to be better in the position.
And I think this deserves a
Gukesh.
Gukesh. Come on, fight. I love it. He's putting
Are we
pressure.
going to have that tomorrow? Fight.
Maybe we should have fight.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, I mean,
can
there's
be
a
the
lot
title.
of synergies between chess and boxing, right? And that's often what we will hear. Fight. Okay, well, should we try to look at some options now?
I need to lie down. This is too much for me.
Well, we have a lot of space.
I've been influenced, by the former world champions. Do you remember what happened when the last time Gukesh played on? When the chess engines were saying that he was worse in the situation where he chose to play on, Vladimir Kramnik went ballistic on Twitter, and he was like, "This play is unworthy of the world championship.
Yeah.
The players do not understand when they have a worse position." But I will say this for Gukesh: last time he pulled this stunt. He ended up getting some winning chances.
Exactly. That's what fighting gives you. It's the chess goddess Kaja. It's not her name. She rewards fighting chess.
Incredible. What bravery. And at the biggest stage. Really amazing mentality. It's not even so much about the chess. It's so much just in your head, wanting to play. Do we have a clip of Gukesh at the press conference? Because I think that's gonna be one of the things people remember from this match. Gukesh being asked, "Why did you not go for the repetition?" And he answers, "I like to play chess." What a statement!
Yeah.
And boy, is he confirming that.
It reminds me of the time when Magnus was asked, like, how early did you see it was a draw or something like that? And then Magnus said, well, I understood it was a draw, but I didn't see any problem with playing on. And if it was a draw, it would end in a draw anyways. And he was almost like a little bit offended that the person at the press conference asked him, why did you play on? And he was like, of course I played on. I had to. So it was kind of the same. I feel like Gukesh was also a bit baffled by that question. He was like, oh, I was playing on because I like to play chess. Why else would I be here?
Yeah.
So that was a very cool answer.
Very cool answer. Very cool game. Ding Liren is now thinking after being probably surprised by Gukesh's last move. Gukesh wants to play on. He wants to fight. It does say slightly better for Ding on the board. Oh, we can see from the footage in Singapore, Ding leaning back. He put his hands over his head. He almost looked, I don't know, a little bit shocked maybe about what's happening. And he's been thinking now for 5 minutes on this move. Do you feel ready now, Jon Ludvig, to dig into this position?
Yeah, let's talk about the move. Queen, check. Queen moving down, check on the king. This is why Gukesh played this pawn move on the side of the board before initiating all this other stuff. He wanted to move his king out of the way if he was checked along the back rank. But then the queen can capture one of the black pawns on the side of the board. So there is a way for Ding now to take out one of the two super dangerous pawns, which is a big step towards winning, really, the game. Because those pawns are what Gukesh is relying on. And then this is also attacking the next black pawn. So the only real option here is to push that pawn further forward, attacking Ding's rook, and then Ding would move the rook out of the way.
I've given Gukesh's king a boxing glove now.
Ha ha ha, I love it.
So here, Ding would be able to capture another pawn without there being any immediate ways for Gukesh to exploit that. So why are we not taking that pawn? What would Gukesh do in this situation? I don't really understand. Maybe he would just move his queen up here again and try and take the pawn on the side of the board. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. So Gukesh still has these ideas where he can attack the pawn on the edge of the board. And I think Ding feels very stressed out that Gukesh is just trying to win, even if wait, what?
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 The more the computer doing the eval bar has been thinking, it was down at balanced position for a moment there.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at
now it's back to balanced.
I'm looking at like the moves a couple of moves ago when they did the repetition, and I'm wondering if maybe that was the mistake by Ding, that he lost some of his advantage by not going back. Well, no, by going back and forth, he lost the opportunity to play his bishop into the middle, which would have been a better move according to the computers that have been continuing to think on that position while we have moved beyond it. What do you think, Jon Ludvig?
I mean, it doesn't matter what I think. If computers said that there were other moves that were good for Ding, I guess that's true.
I don't think that necessarily like calling something a mistake, like it depends. It's not just that the computer like changes its mind completely, I would say, for something to be a mistake. I would sometimes feel like it has to be that you missed something or you
lose momentum.
Yeah.
Kind of showcase some weakness.
Yeah, it could be. Mm-hmm. Sometimes like, a mistake can be something that doesn't really change the eval bar's evaluation. Like it could be something that just makes it so much more difficult for you to play, even if it doesn't lose. So I don't know what could have been the mistake. Maybe it was that Ding wanted the draw. Maybe that in itself was the mistake.
Okay. Well, Ding is still thinking now for almost 10 minutes on this move. I really wonder sort of what's going on in his head. Look at him, you guys. Okay, we can see here from the footage in Singapore.
He's
doesn't
not feeling comfortable.
No, he does not look happy. He is now
Leaning
sort of
down, head in his hands, spending time. Last game was one of the first games they played beyond move 40, and now they're doing it again. And what happened after they got the additional 30 minutes was that Ding then went on to think for 25 minutes over the next 2-3 moves. Like Ding got himself in low on time very quickly after getting the extra 30 minutes. Okay, and Ding goes for the pawn. Queen moves in, check on the black king. The black king doesn't really have any choice. The king is going to hide away on the side of the board. And then the only point of this queen check would be to capture the pawn afterwards. So previously, Gukesh had a knight and a pawn in trade for a rook. Now that's going to be reduced to a knight for a rook only.
Huh.
So one of those very scary black pawns has been taken off the board. But we did analyze this earlier, and we said that then the pawn would advance, put pressure on the rook, and then I was struggling to figure out the next course of action here. But I think we settled on the move queen up to try and capture pawns on the side of the board. But I've since realized what you should respond in return, because then you can try to eliminate the knight that's so good in the center of the board. So it is a problem for Gukesh how to retain this good knight in the middle should the queen kind of go a bit waywards away from the middle. But pawn forward to attack the rook, that's pretty much a given. Because right now, both the white bishop and the white queen is threatening that remaining pawn on the side of the board. So this one is going forward.
That looks dangerous, that pawn.
It is dangerous, but it was a lot more dangerous when it had its buddy helping out.
Yeah.
And this pawn push has been played by Gukesh. And now I'm expecting the rook to kind of just stand in the way of the pawn making further progress.
Could that pawn become a queen?
I mean, that's definitely what Gukesh is hoping is going to happen. Otherwise, he would have made the draw earlier.
So it's all about that pawn.
Yeah.
His ambition relies on that pawn. So for Ding, is now the focus to get rid of that pawn, or does he have something else?
I think Ding is just trying to make a draw here, even though the chess engines still think Ding is slightly better. He has no ambitions to win this now, especially when he realizes that Gukesh is trying to win.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, I thought my position was slightly uncomfortable, so I wanted to go back and forth and make a draw. And my opponent agrees that my position is uncomfortable, so much so that he's willing to play on and go for the win. So in the psychology of not going for the repetition, Gukesh kind of he's gotten Ding thinking that if the game ends in a draw now, that would be a nice result. Whereas before Ding went back and forth, he was probably thinking, "Ooh, am I going to try to win this or not?" Whereas now Ding is thinking, "Oh, I just got to survive this," because both me and my opponent thinks this is kind of scary for white.
What will it take for the bar to turn in favor of Gukesh?
Gukesh needs... He needs to try and capture some pawns on this far side of the board. Well, there's a new far... Well, it's kind of not the far side. The king went from being on this side to moving into the middle, which has kind of made these pawns be the one who's on the ones that can be attacked and the one there are no other white pieces close to. But it's not really the far side because it is the same side of the board where black Gukesh has his king. So capturing some of these pawns, or he needs to win the rook. So for instance, now if the white rook moves one step to the side, if Gukesh could now make 2 moves in a row, he would move his queen forward in the middle and then move his knight so that the knight is attacking both the white king and the white rook and actually also the white queen. And the idea here is because you moved your queen into the center of the board, the white pawn cannot capture black's knight because that would open up the queen's attack on the king. So somehow getting the knight to this square that is currently being protected by a white pawn, that is what Gukesh would like to make happen. But obviously that's not going to be very easy when there's a white pawn controlling that square.
Look at this picture I posted in the app now. It's Ding completely like crumbling at the board. Let me see. How can I show this to the viewer?
No, don't show it.
Okay,
Download
don't.
the app. Ha ha ha.
Haha.
Ha 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 ha.
Okay, well, he's looking like
You have to download the app to see it.
He's looking like super broken. Like he is literally just collapsed while sitting at the board. So that's also very telling to Gukesh that Ding is like, if it wasn't enough that he was already trying to go for the back and forth, then at least his body language is revealing that he's devastated right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that he is uncomfortable right now. And probably like thinking back to some mistakes he made then.
Yeah, it's so hard to not like think, especially when you realize like I was doing so well, what happened? Because I'm sure that both of these players have had that experience during this game, and then you kind of have to ignore everything that's already happened, but that's really difficult. And you're just sitting there like being annoyed with yourself that you were like, and then maybe you'll realize, oh, I had that move. Why didn't I play that move? And then you're just spending all of your energy on things that don't matter. Oh, and we see the rook moves away, but not in the way of the pawn.
Okay. So because there were some things here with the rook moving one step to the side and then the knight being able to attack both the king and the rook and the queen, Ding feels like that would be an unfortunate placement of the white pieces. So he chooses to go one step back instead, arguing that this could then avoid a potential knight coming in and attacking everything at once. And he feels like he doesn't need to rush stop the pawn from moving further forward, because if that pawn just continues, then the rook will move in between, but also now this pawn will be undefended, whereas if the rook had moved in front of the pawn immediately, that pawn was still defended by both the black bishop and the black queen. So Ding is essentially just trying to lure the pawn even further forward.
Okay. It is now Gukesh in the move. The bar has gone down to balanced, you guys. What a game. Is this the best game so far in the World Chess Championship match?
What do you mean with best game?
Most entertaining.
Yeah, because those can be very different things.
Yeah.
As a chess player, what I think about when you say best game is this the most well-played game? But the fact is that the most well-played games in the World Chess Championships have tended to be incredibly boring.
Yeah.
Because it's just, perfect play and then a quick draw between the players. So what I'm really excited about in this match is that there's so much action from the opening. There's so many unusual openings, and there's so many new ideas and willingness to play risky stuff from both players. And as far as the most entertaining,
There's actually yesterday's game was also very entertaining.
Yesterday's was pretty entertaining.
This is more of a roller coaster, though, where both players have had been in the lead, and now it's balanced. So I feel like this game has had everything.
Yeah.
While the game yesterday was more. It wasn't exactly the same.
And yesterday's game was eventually a draw. What do you think about today's game?
I think it's going to be a draw. I think Ding is taking out one of those important black pawns on the side of the board, and Ding is very focused on. Ding is not trying to win; he's just trying to stay solid, which with the extra rook, Gukesh has enough counterplay to manage to save the draw, but for him to win the game, I find unlikely.
Okay.
I feel like also draws can be very exciting when it happens in this way.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've seen a lot of discussion about people that are saying oh, if you think that this match is boring, you should have seen when Magnus and Fabiano played and there were 12 draws. But then I'm thinking well, those draws were also very interesting.
Yeah.
So I feel like when people just say that there were a lot of draws and therefore it was boring, then I feel like they're missing
Exactly.
some of the story.
There are entertaining draws. Draws, it's a part of the game. It's a part of sports. Except for American sports. Those usually end up with basketball. They will have a winner. American football too, right?
Yeah. They always play these knockout formats.
Yeah.
And hockey as well.
Yep. Sudden death. Yep.
Can
Yeah.
golf be a tie? I've never watched any golf.
No. So when you have the big tournaments, or most tournaments, if you do have two players tied, or three even, they play extra holes
Oh.
until they have a winner. Yeah. Yeah. All right, you guys. Situation in Singapore right now is that both players are sitting by the board. They are in move 41. That's Gukesh making his move 41. He's been thinking on that move for almost 5 minutes now. He is down to 20 minutes left on his clock, and that's the time he has for the rest of the game. But he also gets 30 seconds increment after each move. Ding, he has 24 minutes left on his clock for the rest of the game.
I have a suggestion to how the game could end.
Should it?
Right now?
Well, I mean, I'm a grandmaster, so I've calculated 6-7 moves ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, there's something that could happen on the board now, not
Yeah.
in 20 moves we could see this trade, or I don't know.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
my suggestion is this.
Wait, and this is a suggestion for the game to end in a draw.
Yeah.
So we don't hope that this happens.
Well, I think draw is kind of a nice result for this
okay, yeah,
game
that's true.
because both players have a chances to win.
Yeah.
Neither player really deserves to lose it.
I agree with that.
And it's been combative, if mostly on Gukesh's. Well, thanks to Gukesh. Okay, so my suggestion is this: the queen moves into the center of the board. The idea is for the queen to yet again return into an attacking position pointing towards the white king. The difference now is that the white queen is not over here to do a back and forth like we had earlier. So the white queen then rushes to get over to this side. The queen infiltrates try to capture one of those white pawns that's standing on their own on the side. And then Gukesh can go for a queen trade. And because it's check on the black king, there's no choice but to accept the trade between the queens. The problem with the queen trade is that now the white pawn had to move in order to recapture black's queen, which has opened up control of this c4 square that we've had many situations in which the knight would like to go there. And here, after a pawn one step forward, one step away from becoming a new queen, the rook moves to stop that pawn. Here, the bishop can come in, attack the rook allow the rook to capture the black pawn. Currently, Ding is up by both the rook and a pawn in trade for the knight.
Gukesh makes the queen move you talked about.
But then the knight does come in to save the day. Using that square, Gukesh really wants to use check on the king, attack on the rook, and as the king moves, the knight captures the rook, and we end up in a situation where Ding has an extra pawn, but because the bishops are moving on opposite colors, it will be a blockaded situation because the white bishop can never challenge the control of the light squares. And so black can just have a light square blockade to end this. So I think that's a fairly likely way for the game to end. And like Kaja just said, Gukesh has just played his queen up in the center of the board, which was the start to this analysis.
And so then, if they're going to follow what you think might happen or what could be an ending to the game, Ding would now then play
queen to b4.
Okay.
Moving the queen back so that the queen is still protecting the bishop, but also getting ready to move into the middle of the board.
That is not the top computer move. But the queen is the top computer move.
But maybe the computer wants to win as white.
Exactly.
Whereas Ding wants to make a draw.
So let's try to look at some winning plans for Ding. If you were ambitious here with the white pieces, what would be your move, Jan Ludvig?
I think it would be a mistake to be ambitious. Because there's also, even after the queen move that's not super ambitious, I'm sitting here thinking, well, okay, so we have a plan to trade the queens. But what if Gukesh moves his bishop to avoid that plan and at the same time points the bishop in towards the safety area of the white king? So even with the plan where we're trying to play it safe and we're trying to go for the draw, it feels like there's still some issues to be resolved with the black pointing a lot of stuff in the general area of the white king.
And
Okay, so the queen does go back. Like I suggested.
Yeah, the top move for the computer was queen to a7.
Yeah, but these are humans playing.
Luckily. Some great humans playing in Singapore.
But now the big question is, does Gukesh just go for the draw? Or does Gukesh go for the win? So now if Gukesh wants a draw, he will move his queen next to the white pawns on the side of the board. And in order to avoid these pawns from being captured, Ding would need to trade into a equal endgame. But Gukesh can avoid such a trade if he first aims his bishop towards the white king. The problem with doing this bishop move is that then you're going to have less protectors of this scary pawn on the side of the board. And we could have a situation where Ding is going after the pawn while Gukesh is going for an attack on the other side. I don't know how to assess this, but being the maniac that we know Gukesh to be, could he? No, he couldn't. Surely he could not allow this. One of the problems here for Gukesh is that if Ding manages to secure the area around his own king, suddenly the white pawn in the middle actually has quite a clear path to just continue forward and try to become a new queen. So I don't believe in this. I don't believe that the black bishop can allow itself to move away from the protection of the pawn. So I think Gukesh does have to move the queen forward, after which we could have a draw.
And at that point, would you say it's hammer time?
Yes.
Okay. But, okay, let's take a look. He hasn't done this. He's still...
Yeah,
thinking,
I'm
okay.
sitting ready.
Oh.
You're sitting right. Well, but should we take a look at the top computer move? If that could also be a win.
Are you saying queen down there is not the top computer move?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It is a queen move, but it's not that way.
Huh?
I guess the interesting thing to add sometimes to like the best computer.
Okay, he makes that move.
Okay, hammer time.
Hammer time. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Do.
Now Ding can end this game by trading the queens.
And you fully expect him to do that. Well, you said
Yes.
hammer time. You are sure it's going to be a draw line.
Everything Ding has done for the last half hour has suggested that he would like to end this game because he was feeling uncomfortable despite having an extra rook compared to his opponent. And now Ding is not looking shabby at all in Singapore.
That's true.
Ding is drinking his water. He knows that this game is over if he wants it to be. And then he can study the other options in peace.
But this was the variation where we ended up with the opposite colored bishops.
Yes.
Right? I'm just trying to think how I'm going to word this in the app because I can't really show like a super long variation. But I'm saying now that the queens can be traded, which may, after many moves, result in an opposite color bishop endgame after the rook.
You don't need to go too much into details, I think, because it's going to happen, so you get to explain it later on.
But what if it doesn't happen?
It is going to happen.
Okay. Because what I'm worried about is like if I just say, oh, the queens might
Just say
trade and that could be
the
a draw.
queens may be traded going into an endgame that should end in a draw or something like that. Just end the...
Yeah, I'm just like, I know that if I had read that, I would have some questions. But
Yeah.
not everyone who's following the app is listening to this. So I'm trying to... Everyone who's watching this broadcast will know that Ludvig has already shown the end of this game, perhaps.
Yeah. All right. We are waiting now for Ding Liren's move. And if it is, what if it's going to be a draw like Jon Ludvig is certain it will be now, what move are we then looking for?
Queen to e4, check. Attack on the king, pressure towards the queen. And by trading the queens, you're making sure that the black queen is not able to take these white pawns on the side, which was the only hope Gukesh had to win the game.
Are you saying that anything else will basically show ambition from Ding? Or be a blunder?
Yes. Anything other than the queen trade will be an ambitious move on Ding's part.
Okay. Well, exciting times then. Because he is thinking. So he hasn't decided that this is what he's going to do.
Yeah. Well, I guess now he feels like he's the one with all the power. So if he plays a certain move, he knows it's going to be a draw, but then he feels less pressure or like then he feels like I can take my time looking at the alternatives because I can spend all my time and still get a draw if I decide that the alternatives are no good.
But should we then look at the top computer move then to see if that
Okay.
would be a good move for Ding? So the top computer move is a bishop move. Hand and brain.
Okay, so I guess the bishop would move forward
Correct.
to attack the knight in the center of the board.
Correct. What's your immediate gut feeling to that move?
I mean, it's risky, and nothing Ding has done in this match suggests that he is happy to play risky moves. So this would allow the black knight to move forward and give a check on the white king.
Ooh.
And then when the white king moves, I guess it has to move forward into the middle, which is risky, in case I didn't say risky already.
He makes his move. He doesn't make the... Oh, wait. No, he does.
Yeah, he goes for the trade.
Yeah.
and the game will end in a draw. It was very scary having to move your king into the middle of the board, and now the moves are coming quickly. Because the queen is giving a check on the king and attacking the black queen, there has to be a trade between the queens. Then the pawn pushes forward on the side, attacking the rook. The rook moves to capture the pawn, and Gukesh moves his bishop out, allowing the rook to capture the pawn. But here, after rook captures pawn, the knight comes in, check on the king, threat on the rook.
And we see the handshake.
Yeah, the players agree to a draw. They realize no one can make any progress here.
We see the handshake in Singapore. Game 8 is a draw. It had so many ups and downs. Gukesh was winning. Ding was winning. Eventually, it is a draw. But what an exciting game. And what an exciting World Chess Championship match, you guys. Gukesh and Ding are still tied. It is now 4-4 in the match. Tied after 8 games. And game 9 is coming up tomorrow. All right, who should be the most happy and who should feel not so happy after this game?
Ding, I think. Ding is happy. Ding was in trouble first. And Ding also, I think, based on... There was a moment in this game where Ding suddenly started playing his moves in seconds instead of, I don't know, like units of 5 minutes. He really sped up the pace. And when he did, he played so much better. He played all the perfect moves instantly. And it feels to me like Ding, whenever Ding is playing quickly, he's playing pretty well.
Yeah.
And that should scare Gukesh about potential tiebreakers, because if they are tied 7-7 after 14 games, they have an extra day where they play with a quicker time limit.
Yeah.
And we believe that would be in Ding's favor.
Mm-hmm.
And so Gukesh needs to get a win before then. And maybe he can even get 2 if he wants to play it safe.
So are you saying right now, Ludvig, you think Ding is now a favorite to defend his title?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying who can be happy about today's game. And I'm saying the closer we get to 7-7, the happier Ding is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Maud, are you busy now? Maud,
actually,
updating the app.
because Ludvig had gone through all these moves, I already had them covered, so I just had to copy paste as they came in. So actually, this has been totally fine. Thanks for being good at predicting the moves, Ludvig.
Thank you. Well, I love predicting the moves like that.
And I love when people say, like, oh, is there an AI writing the moves? And it's like, no, we're actually doing it. We're just good at being quick because Ludvig analyzes like the most important variations. Like the only time we're lagging a little bit behind is if something completely unexpected happens. And then I feel like it's okay. Mm-hmm. If something that crazy happens, we need to write a good comment anyways.
Yeah. Well, you guys are doing an excellent job in taking us through the games, predicting moves, and teaching us everything, and taking us into the minds of the players. So thank you so much. As always, Maud and Jon Ludvig, they will be back here tomorrow for Game 9. We will be back in the Take studio. Very excited about Game 9. Remember, there will be a post-game show together with Levi Rødsmoen and Magnus Carlsen coming out later today. We will be live on Twitch with that. So please watch that as well. And as always, remember to download the Take app. It's a great app. It's a great app. Guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you later today and tomorrow. Bye.